Hello everyone, welcome back. My apologies. My live file tool that I was using apparently has some bugs and needs to be fixed and cleaned up. We might get to that tonight. Hopefully the change of times didn't throw people for too much of a loop. For people who are used to it, I normally stream Wednesday evenings, Pacific time, 9 p.m. But I am moving my stream time to Thursdays. Just gives me a bit of a break between my other commitments and this. That way, hopefully, I'm a little more on time, awake, energetic, etc. On the note of that, tonight, my goal is to do the stream on only a single Mountain Dew. However, my single Mountain Dew. So, I think I'll be okay. That's the goal. So, with that said, we're going to dive in, see how things go. I got a lot of stuff to catch up on, some stuff to fix, some things to go. So, first and foremost, let's see. Let's do this. There we go. So, pull request out on the material design repository. This is coming in from Ghost P. They'd reached out to me on Discord about working on this item itself anyway, which I need to move into the milestone because it is probably getting added here. But this is specifically updating a script. So something I'm not sure people realize is out on the material design wiki, there is a page out here. Where is it? The all control styles, right? So this thing here has all of these guys in here, but for each of these, it just takes you to the page in question. It doesn't actually link you down. And the idea here is it just lists the long names of control styles. It would be ideal if these would link back to the original source code and turn each of these items into a link, right? So right now it's just doing this guy here. And it would be more ideal if it would go here and stupid thing's covering it up. If I can do this without it. The big idea here, it's stupid. There's a pound L to be able to grab it. Oh, it does it as soon as you move off. There. There. That's what we're going for, right? That's the big idea because some of these files are big and long and it's kind of obnoxious. Now, this script runs on a GitHub action that triggers, I think it's nightly. And so it keeps the wiki up to date because there's no bloody way I could maintain that. Like, yuck. But it does give a nice, easy way for somebody wanting to search all of it. If somebody wanted to get really fancy and clean up the style so that there was a little more logical grouping here, great, right? Like, there's default style and all that jazz. But what we have here is an update to the script to hopefully do that. So we're going to take a quick gander at this, and I think we're probably just going to check the thing out and run it, because that's probably the path of least resistance to make sure that this works. So let's see. XAML path pulls in the file for full name. So let's expand this a little bit just so we can get a little more context. Okay, so function main, which I assume is going to be invoked at the very bottom if I remember correctly. Yeah, so invoking main is literally the only line at the bottom. So we can come to the top, and here we go. All right, idiosyncrasies of PowerShell. So rips through the themes directory that is here, filtering on XAML files for each object, pulls out the XAML path, reads the contents into a file, and then passes it in. It is interesting here. I'm surprised. Feels a little duplicative to be doing both. Right? Because all we did is separate out XAML path versus passing in file. But I realize this file is probably a misleading name here, but let's go look at read all XAML styles. That's what was changed here. So extra parameter coming in here. Let's see, XAML path, XAML file. And so XAML line. So we're pulling in Interesting, because isn't this XAML string the same bits? Get content, XAML path. There's XAML path. Pass it in as XAML string. Down here. So it looks like XAML lines and XAML string are the same thing. I'm now checking the left just to make sure that that I'm not missing something here. We can go a little bigger as well. Okay, so I'm gonna leave myself a little note. Well, come here. So line number here. So this is probably what's most important to be able to get that actual line number to reference back. Okay, so get line number by key or target type. This will be important because styles can be referenced either by a fixed key, which in our case will be a string, or the default style, which is just the target type. Let's see, XAML lines. And I wonder if the issue here is this cast. But it feels like I could drop this and just do this. But maybe there's something else I'm missing. Let's see here. So rips through here, does a match, does a styled line number. And then this is where the big change is coming, because it looks like before it was just doing new default. And now it takes in a line number parameter. Great. Generic also takes in a new line number parameter. And same here. So all of these ones here, I imagine, add default style, passes line number. New default, passes line number. New style. Let's see. Fixing spelling typo, which is awesome. And let's see, line number there, line number there, line number. All of these things are just passing all the way through. Line number. Okay, this is just building up the style object so that it also contains the line number. At some point, this needs to be getting used. I must be missing it. Where does the actual link get built? Target type, add style. Did I miss it? Oh, wait, no, here it is. Format output. There we go. Format output. So those objects that were created come in here. If it has a line number, tack on #L style line number. Link style and name. Link style and name. Okay, so this looks really, really close. Aside from that one thing that looks like it might be a duplicate. So let me check this guy out. I'll move me to the right. All right, so we're gonna come here, right click, create work tree for pull requests. Let's not create work tree. Let's just check it out. It's just a script. It's just a script. And then we're going to open terminal. And then if we go and look at, where is it? Need the right thing. If we go and look here at the repo, we go into GitHub, workflows, and then control styles. Really what I'm just after is this little guy here. This. Because I just want to know what to execute from the root of the repo. So here, paste, execute. So this should generate a markdown file for me. And then I want to go look at the markdown file. So we're going to just open up code on the repo, please. So for those people who missed last time, Git Kraken has added a cool new feature where you can open up your, if we go in here, your external tools, and you can have your editor be a custom path. In this case, I've set mine to Visual Studio rather than VS Code, which is one of the built-in ones. I guess technically the only built-in one. But it does mean that once you set it to Visual Studio, you lack the Open in VS Code option up here, right? You now just have external editor. My workaround is just to pop the terminal and type code period, which feels like, because I bounce back and forth depending on the repo as far as which one I actually want to have. So we'll grab this. So in this case, what I'm kind of interested in is checking these links. So let's pop the previewer. So the cool. So this looks reasonable. Now the question is, do these links work, right? So if I click here, does it take me to the right line number? Oh, it does. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's real nice. Okay, so the output looks correct, and we can just kind of snipe a couple to make sure. Material design paper, secondary light button. Okay, we'll come down here. Clock horizontal themed. Why do we have clock horizontal and clock horizontal themed? See, this is why I need this, because it gives me a way of questioning everything. When did we add this? Themed is a bad suffix in my opinion, because it doesn't tell me anything about this. Secondary objective. Figure out where the heck the themed one came from and why. But not a lot I'm going to change about it here. I'm surprised. Oh, that's right. New Flipper only has the one style, but there is the classic Flipper, which was a breaking change on previous ones. Material design 3 text blocks. Oh, that is nice. That's really nice. That is good work. Okay. So the one thing I want to check though is I want to see if we deal, so that one variable. So generate theme wiki markdown. So the one thing I'm interested in later is this thing here, right? Because we pass in the XAML string and then it passes in the XAML path. Do we need this is my question, right? Because it looked like all it was using XAML path for was getting the same content, but you already have that from XAML string. So can I replace XAML lines with just XAML string and call it a day? I think I can, but proof will be in the pudding. Run it. Uh-oh, I saw some red. Process cannot access because another file is actively mucking with it. That is most likely an issue of code locking the file or Kraken locking the file. But if we check this out, does it still work? It does. Okay, so I think that's the only issue I have with it, is it doesn't look like we actually need XAML lines, and we could eliminate that. So let's go. Yeah, Ghost has been pretty good about being fairly responsive. So let's leave some feedback here. So read XAML styles. So I think what we can do is we can just comment to here. Oh, will it not let me do it because it breaks across? I want to comment on the block. There we go. Let's see. I think the $sign XAML path is not needed, as I believe you already have the content in XAML string. So this variable could probably be renamed to be XAML lines. Okay, so we can leave a well, okay, it's not letting me do a suggestion. because this is one of the dumbest things, right? Like, I want to leave a suggested thing, but because there's a break between these chunks, it won't let me. Even though this is contiguous. Like, I get it. You can't leave suggestions that span get chunks because this chunk in this case is one line, but it may be lots of lines. So I get why it's not allowed, but it's just it's one of those the implementation details of Git are getting in the way of good stuff. Other than that, I think this is really good. Like, it works. It generates the right output. Great work. One small comment. Okay, so I think we're just going to do that, and that will get that off and running. Okay, next thing on the chopping block. Do I do Velopack or do I do live file stuff? I broke two things. I don't want to fix the live file stuff since it's breaking my stream. That kind of gives me a bit of pause. So let's jump gears here. So this live file app was something that we were worked on last time. This is a very simple CLI application that just writes out a countdown timer to a file with an ending message. For those of you who tune in early to my streams, you will note that there is typically a countdown with a stream starting soon message. Almost as though somebody in their infinite wisdom did something like this, right? And just did a quick countdown and off to the races. Now, something went wrong tonight because, well, multiple things went wrong. First thing that went wrong is I'm an idiot. So I tried to install my global tool, and I got this lovely error. I think I still have it up. Yes, I do. I got this lovely error here saying, hey, you can't install this NuGet package as a tool. The NuGet package, because you'll note here, this is my .NET tool store, blah, 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 where it's extracted, that it expected a tools directory. And it's not there. And I'm like, well, that's dumb. I open up the NuGet package, and sure enough, there's no tools directory there. That's how global tools work, right? If you don't have a tools directory, it no work. For example, if we look at one of my other ones, let's see, AutoTyper, right? I really should. I need to get better at making myself icons. The material design project actually has an icon builder. Maybe we'll add an icon. That'd be cool. If we open up this package, right? Yeah. So pro tip, you can actually open up packages. You'll note here, unlike this other one that just has a lib directory, it's got a tools directory, and inside of it, it's got stuff, lots of stuff, and more importantly, like, there's a global tool in here, and you can like ship this thing, right? Huzzah! Like, that's kind of what we're going for. So I think I messed up last time. I think what I had done is I did this single file garbage, self-contained garbage, and I think that's what bit me. Because I got rid of, and if I look back at my commits, I noticed remove pack as tool. I think this is where I went wrong, right? This is what I wanted, but it gave me an error on my pipeline, so I threw it away and went, oh, okay, I don't need that, right? Because if we look out on the repo, if I go and look at my GitHub Actions, right? I think this one here, yeah, pack as tool does not support self-contained. Correct. And the reason it doesn't support self-contained, and you kind of get a hint here, you'll note there's no exe in this, right? It's because a global tool has to be able to work on more than just Windows. Now, I'm running Windows, so that's all I care about. But in order for this to work, .NET has to be able to effectively run .NET Run against your assembly, right? So when you do self-contained, you're packaging that in, and it doesn't work right. So I think what I did wrong, and I should have realized this. Like I should have realized hang on, I got too much crap open. Let's see, close. This is yeah. So this is my .NET templates, and I should have realized that my publishing stuff doesn't have any of that self-contained stuff in here, right? It has this. This is what it needs to publish as a global tool. And I've published stuff with my template before. I should have realized my template is right, the other stuff is wrong, right? This is what it should be. So this should be here, this should be here, and this is how it should be built. Right? That is the fix. We're gonna bump the version because I needed to publish to NuGet. We're gonna let that sucker run, and then we're gonna send this. Fixing global tool publish. All right, commit, and we just powwow on master, push, off to the races. Okay, now there may be one more bug around the ending text, but I'll chase that at a later point. We're gonna let that guy fly for now. Actions. Just gonna let that sit off to the side where I can keep an eye on it and monitor it. Okay, next up, Velopack. Okay, so there's a couple things going on here that are worth explaining. So Kaylin and I have been working on trying to get this guy ready to go, and I got too much stuff open, so I'm going to just start closing some stuff down. There we go. Okay, so Velopack, right? So anybody who's interested, velopack.io is the website. Huzzah! We can pop that sucker open. All right, cool stuff here. But more importantly, on GitHub, it is open source, or at least the portion we're going to be playing with today is this guy here. So the big portion of Velopack is the VPK tool. So if we look at our docs, which I have been writing a lot more of, and we may build out another sample app. I had somebody ask for Windows Forms, so I may add a sample in there just to get things going a little smoother. It's kind of annoying to maintain a bunch of samples, but I've been trying to make sure we get better docs. Let's see here. Oh, I'm going to point this out. Signing with Azure Trusted Signing. So if you want to do Azure Trusted Signing, I have written up the steps. If anybody would like to test them, feel free. But I believe all of these are accurate. And if you find any missing bits, the docs repo is also open source. What? Oh, this takes you to the wrong one. Nope. Remind me later. Go away. Little busy. The docs repo is also open source, and you can just PR straight into there to suggest feedback. But there is Azure Trusted Signing is all set up. There's a lot of setup steps to get Azure Trusted Signing going. But like steps 1 through 8 are your one-time setups, and step 9 is what you then do going forward, right? So 1 through 8 is getting Azure Trusted Signing hooked up, which is by far one of the cheapest, most cost-effective ways to do signing of your apps. Like this, where is it? Yeah, this is dirt cheap compared to most signing options. You go and look at what it costs you to sign your app otherwise, $10 a month is nothing. Yeah. And this gives you 5,000 signatures. And it's worth noting that 5,000 is every file you need signed. So if you're signing a whole bunch of DLLs, it may not be one per app, but Velopack will only try to sign the unsigned stuff. So like this is a lot. So yeah, so it is worth going. So unless you need something more than like one of each certificate profile type, right? this is where most people are going to land, unless you're a big enterprise. You are probably landing in the basic tier, and if you're a big enterprise that need more stuff, you can land in the premium tier. But even this is cheaper than some other people's code signing certs. So just, yeah, Microsoft's typical strategy of, rather than competing with people, we'll just make our stuff cheap enough to let them go out of business, which seems to be a very effective strategy for them. Okay. Anyway, so all of this in here, but suffice it to say, one of the things that we are working on is something we call Velopack Flow. So you people are getting a preview. Hang on, I gotta sign in real quick. Apparently, I'm not signed in yet. Do the Authy bits. Okay. You sign in. This is Velopack Flow. This is live production. So, now, I'm going to point out, this is live production on something that we haven't officially launched. So this is still kind of beta. And by beta, we haven't really let other people in. So it's like, it's there, right? Technically, anybody can sign up. But I make no promises as to the state of this until we actually get to release. But the idea here is you log in, you have your projects, right? Secretly, above projects is teams, right? And the team level is where you have like your subscription. We have a free tier, and then there's a couple paid tier options depending on what people need. But we tried to do a generous free tier so that people could get a very good idea of what this is. Now, do you need this for Velopack? No. You only need this if you don't want to deal with trying to host your app yourself, right? So if you just want to use the Velopack installer, the SDK, build your installers, do your own hosting, great. You can run with the free SDK and tooling. You're off to the races, good to go, right? The moment you're like, well, I don't want to deal with the hosting, and soon, like, we're going to have Azure Trusted Signing integration and signing and all that, that's where you fall here, right? That's the sweet spot for Flow. But underneath your team, you then end up with your various projects. Your teams have members, billing. You can do API access if you want to do this on a CI/CD type setup, right? There's some settings here, not a lot, but a little bit, right? So that gets you into there. Inside of a project, you have various release channels. So especially in this case where it's like an Avalone app, I might be building something that targets Windows. I might be building something that targets Mac. I might be building something that targets Linux. Those are separate build artifacts that come out for each of those. So I have a separate channel for Windows. I have a separate channel for Mac. I have a separate one for Linux. Maybe I want to have a beta and a release channel, right? Like, channels are functionally just named channels. I don't know how, that's probably a poor way of describing it. Channel is like a stream of release artifacts that are versioned, right? Because just because it's version 1 on Windows doesn't necessarily mean it'll be version 1 on Mac. You should probably release together, but you don't have to, right? Beta and prod may be on different versioning schemes. Great, fine, have at it, right? Inside of a channel, what you end up with, and this doesn't have the latest UI on here, which we're going to look at in a minute. Underneath a channel is a release group, because once we start talking about Windows, there's potentially several physical files that go into a particular release, and so a release group houses all of those files, right? And so that's where our story begins. So if we go and look at reload. So Kaylin and I were working on updating our publishing flow, right? And he was working on the CLI side, and you can see just a little bit of work here, right? Like there's just a little bit of stuff that happened. Not a ton, but a bit. But around doing this, when you go to publish, The backend API will not automatically create projects for you. It will not automatically create channels for you. It expects you to create those intentionally rather than having them magically spawn. Because if you typo something, we don't want to magically make something appear. With that said, the backend won't do it. However, we can make tooling kind of smooth that over, because in a lot of cases, it's like, well, I kind of do just want you to make that for me, because that demos really well and makes it look a lot cooler if I don't have to think real hard. It's like, great, we can do that. So the back end won't do it automatically for you, but we can make the tooling on the front side do it, so you kind of end up with the same effect, right? But that's a subtle difference, especially if you like hit Velopack's API directly, which we have a Swagger page and whatnot if people want to build tooling against it. That the back end's not doing it. So if you want that nicety stuff, you kind of have to do that kind of work yourself. Right. So these are then Kaylin updating this. And the last message she sent me, let me look at it. He ran into some issues with a 400 because of an error, and then had to bounce. So because he had holiday plans as well. So I was going to dive in and see what was going on. And this is a consistent problem with us, right? But I have one more trick up my sleeve. I have, and this is not a public repo, but I have this repo, right? So this repo here runs end-to-end tests for me. And I like this repo. This repo exists for Kevin wanting to do his own testing and not wanting to think real hard, because thinking is hard. So specifically, there's an Avalonia app in here. The app is irrelevant. The app literally is, I think, the default Avalonia for Hello World. Yeah, greeting. Yeah, so it's the default Avalonia. So nothing fancy at all. It just, I needed an app. And I was having fun with Avalonia, so yeah, we're off to the races, right? What this thing here does is it does a bunch of work. So specifically, I can point it either local or remote, depending on how I want to do this. And again, this is literally called end-to-end testing because it's my idea of end-to-end testing. But if we, and in some ways it'll try to like start my Aspire stuff and all of that jazz, but in this case I'm killing it and I'm running it local because I had some issues and didn't want to futz with them. But if we go, where's my stuff? There's project, channel, start there. So restores my local tools, publishes pushes me into the test project, cleans out the releases directory. So effectively it's going to be pushing release 1 every single time. Because the idea is we want to be able to clean up after ourselves. Builds a release, sets the version. So if I want to change the version, I'm wondering, why did I set version down here? That's dumb. Version should really live up here alongside everything else. There, put version there. I'm just going to make sure I don't have another. Shouldn't break anything. Good. Does a .NET publish, does a VPK pack, we're off to the races, right? So this is literally all of the stuff. Pops this out, starts the local server. This is going to no op and do nothing, so it doesn't matter. Logs me in to the API using our VPK login. Great. This ensures that the project exists. So again, the auto creation doesn't occur on the back end. It occurs on the front end, and this is using PowerShell, not the VPK command. And so this was building that up. This was then creating the channel, and then this was then publishing it just so I could see it all work. And then this was, more work to do in the future. So this is kind of where we're at. But I was curious to see what all Kalen had done on his pull request, because that's kind of where this thing starts, because I got requested to change this. So let's see. Let's renovate. Ooh, it's going to rev packages. I'm curious which ones it's going to rev. Huh, that's interesting. We've been playing around with Renovate instead of Dependabot. I go back and forth. Dependabot is dependable, but Renovate's been around a little longer and has a lot nicer, I'll say fully fleshed feature set. So, it can go back and forth. Okay, so let's take a look. So there are a number of key things here. Generate API endpoints using NSWAG, which this gives me pause immediately because I see NSWAG generate some garbage. With the way process handling is done, with an extra O for bonus points. Let's see, auto create channel and publish, auto download previous release, because when you do a Velopack, or I should say, when you do a VPK pack command, if there is a prior release, it will generate you a Delta package between the prior release and the new release, which is our Delta package. So when I was talking about that release group having more than one thing in it, that's one of the extra things that might be in there is a Delta package. Adds fancy progress to publish, which I can only assume. What is the name of the package? Why am I blanking on the name? It's not curses. Oh, what is? It starts with an S. Why am I blanking on this? We'll get down to it, and I'll remember it here in just a moment. Okay, so first and foremost, it's splitting off, and some of this may actually fix the problem that we looked at before, where we were dealing with signing issues on this always gives me pause. Internals visible too. Huh. Yeah. That always gives me a lot of pause. STFM support build warnings. This is going to be the .NET 9 suppression bits. This is just a basic build script for publishing. That's fine. And this is just going to be the new projects. Okay, great. So there's 97 files here. Buckle up. That's why we've got an appropriate 97 file mug for the code review. Because sometimes, for those people who can't read, it says it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. For people watching this in the future, hi YouTube. This is being recorded on December 26th, i.e. the day after Christmas in the US. Okay, so that moved out of the project up to the directory build props. This is one of the most obnoxious things with GitHub is the slowness in which you have a big PR, these things happen. Okay, so what do we got here? So this was an additional overload to run task. What is different here? Run task. Oh, this is run task of T. That is fine, because this is just the MS build logger. Okay, publish task. Okay, so service URL was made nullable. That gives me pause. But not enough pause to change anything yet. Let's see, so there's a timeout being added here. The only thing that I don't like about a timeout being added like this is it doesn't give me any idea of units. And especially since seeing that this one was done like that, that also gives me a bit of pause. So we'll see. This was a static HTTP client. I'm curious where it must be moved down inside of the service client. Because I'm guessing this is no longer needed. Actually, I'm realizing HTTP client was passed in, and I'm wondering flow service client must handle it itself. Guessing? Okay. So, and then wait for live. So this thing is waiting to see when the thing is actually enabled. Okay. I'll have to I might want to come back to that as well. There's some auto publishing that happens with release groups where you can automatically publish them once all the files have been uploaded and processed. But we may take a look at this. This also gives me pause when I see double logger because it makes me question what a constructor is, but typically that's an indication that something needs two separate interfaces in the same instance as implementing them both, I think. Considering this is MS Build async task. I'm guessing one of these is like iLogger and one of these is the MS Build logger. Yeah, because previously I only had one on there. Okay, so let's see. We create a client. We create a cancellation token. None. Why don't we feed in the cancellation token from here? Gives me a bit of pause that we're using one cancellation token for login, but not the same one. Because this obviously means you can no longer cancel the login. Yeah, that gives me a bit of pause. Okay, this is a using, don't care. Project reference. So the build project now references flow. That doesn't matter. Namespace, don't care. Namespace, don't care. Namespace, don't care. Okay, fancy console progress. I do wonder why this is a func rather like func of action. This feels like this action of int. It feels like something that should be an iProgress rather than an action event. We'll look. I'm intentionally not checking the boxes on things that I want to go look at more closely. Let's see here. Have we not enabled the newer stuff? We may not have the newer SDK stuff. I also don't like this. I like to turn on nullability whenever possible, but I also realize that bloats stuff. I'm also curious why this. Oh, this is a build assets. So this is expected to be serializable. This is expected to be serializable. Relative file names. Interesting. Okay. Again, I want to look at it closer because it gives me pause knowing that this is something that I don't fully understand yet, which means I want to look at it closer. And by look at it closer, I mean look at it in the IDE, not in GitHub. But I find that I like looking at it this way initially. So some of this stuff gets just a release name. Like this looks wacky, but this is also pre-existing because I recognize some of this. So I think a lot of these are, we're going to end up seeing a delta where there's a file deleted, and this is probably reflective of just moving between those new project structures. So I think that's probably what's going on there. Let's see. This one here, these warnings, I'm likely to go and address because this should get fixed, right? Because this is now in Velopack core, and this is one of those areas where it's like I like fixing my nullability stuff. They're annoying to fix, but dear heavens, they're so convenient when they do. Okay, this is namespace change. Don't care. This is moving things into Velopack core. And so Velopack core gets to be interesting because it's expected to be shared across so many things. Our TFMs are kind of older. Implicit usings, nullability enabled. I am curious. I thought I saw a directory build.props. Yeah. Do we not have some of like the nullability stuff and whatnot enabled there? Must not. Doesn't look like it. So this guy here may legitimately be needed on all of this stuff. I'm curious about the Newton stuff. Yeah, old 6.net. Yeah, the hard part here is because this is actually a library where we kind of do care to have back compat a little bit. We are targeting older stuff. I am tempted to bump this to multi-target net 8 as well, but nothing should be referencing this directly. This is a shared library across our other public libraries. There's a bit of that. So I'll look and see. It could be, yeah, this may be something that just gets bumped. But I also realize that sometimes we just got to get this merged and then circle back. So these are all fine because those are just referencing the other things that I want to go look at closer. Don't care. This is moving, namespace change, don't care. API command runner. So this is one of the more interesting ones. So I added in a command to the VPK specifically to support, where is it? So you'll note here, right? Like I have this PowerShell that says get project ID. If we go up here and look at this, this is running VPK flow API. So this is a hidden command, just to be clear. So, and hidden command inside of VPK means you're free to use it, but treat it with care because I reserve the right to change it at any point. It's beta, and breaking changes may occur. But this kind of is modeled after how like the Azure CLI works, where they've got this arbitrary kind of raw API command where you can specify an HTTP method, an endpoint, your base URL, and you can just fire raw data up. And the advantage of doing this is then you don't have to deal with the auth, right? VPK login, you're done. Don't worry about it, right? Just like how the Azure CLI works. So I blatantly poached that design from them, which that's what this API command runner is doing. This one, it makes sense to have token none go through because there are no other tokens coming in. So this, I think, is just a lift and shift of where the command runner was before. These are all those same endpoints. All it makes sense. And even though these things look like they're like, oh, what is possible? We've got the CLI ensures that these things get set because you can't invoke an API without specifying an endpoint, right? Like that's dumb. You kind of have to say what endpoint the API is. This is just the login command. This is just moving stuff around. Login options, runner. So there's not a lot in any of these. Publish is the same thing, right? And you'll note this login stuff. Most of these, even though it's doing a login, it's only allowing the cache as a possible source. So it's not going to like pop an interactive login flow because you do a publish. It expects that you've done a VPK login first and done the needful, right, before pushing that up. Let's see, publish, target OS, release directory, channel, wait for live. This one I really want to find the implementation for because that flow API. This, oh, hang on. I just opened large diffs. I have yeah, this is the nswag. Okay, yeah, this is the nswag file. I may look and see if we can find this. I have a small preference to putting .g.cs when things are auto-generated by tools. There's a handful of things when what is considered auto-generated by things like Roslyn is not statically set. There's a bunch of different things that it looks for. This comment being one of them, .g.cs being another one. And so it will figure out what, oh, look at that. That's the thing I want to fix right there. Okay, so that's where it's generating from. Okay, cool. Cool. See, I like Kaylin loves writing scripts for stuff like this, and it does make my life easier. Then I don't have to think real hard. Okay, so partial class profile. So this is just building out partial things against what was generated on the other side. Great. Let's see here. Download installer latest to file async. So given a package ID and a channel, and an asset type and a local file. I am curious why local file is a string. Just I have this thing where I like things like files to be file infos, but file create. I'm trying to remember what file.create does on existing. I think it overwrites. We're leaving this unchecked. I want to look at this closer. Okay, let's see. Moving down. HMAC auth, inner handler, delegating handler. This is just passing it all the way down. That looks like probably a mistake on my part for not using the right base constructor. So great. Let's see. Namespace. This gives me pause. Velopack flow. Did we see the CS proj for that already? Did that enable nullability? Actually, you know what? Why am I asking? I've got it checked out. Nullable enabled. Okay, cool. Cool. So the nullability being removed there, totally fine. It's enabled at the project. Oh, look, it was literally the next file down. I'm an idiot. Okay, so this guy here, again, kind of makes me want to target net 8. But again, it's internal, so not a big deal at the moment. Velopack flow options. This is dropping. So I'm noticing the service options base class is gone, and this one allowed for a base URL to be specified. I feel a little weird about this because on one hand, I like the base URL knowing that we're going to have like a dev and a prod environment, and I want a way to override the base to change it. But I do realize it probably exposed it in some, like, for example, my little script here, you'll note my base URL is very, like, some of the options that were put on there specifically to support my flow. So that might be something worth. I'm curious why login doesn't change, like, doesn't allow you to change the auth, because you can't. Yeah, we're gonna leave that one open. I want to look at that because without being able to change it, I can't log into like my local server or similar. I also, once again, I see this timeout and it gives me pause because I want to look at this. Part of me really likes timeouts being specified as time spans because they're a lot more explicit on what you mean by it. When you say 30, do you mean seconds, minutes, hours, right? Milliseconds? Those are not always clear things. Okay, so flow service client. This is going to be the meat and potatoes in a lot of this. Okay, the progress as an action. That gives me. Again, gives me mild amounts of pause, but arg's progress percentage. This is send. This is receive. Interesting. Okay. This is the why the need for doing that, because this is wrapping it deeper. Okay. And if no progress, don't bother to do any of this setup stuff. Then a new HTTP client with the handler. And this is why it wasn't done as a static. This does give me a bit of pause. So here's the other reason, right? Because the double is now converted to a time span. Much nicer just as a time span. Interesting. This also strikes me as something that I kind of like. I realize I started this pattern, but this feels like something that I might want to do with an HTTP context factory. The other thing that's worth noting, like even though this isn't a great way of doing HTTP clients, it's also not likely to bite us because this is executed in a CLI that has a somewhat short lifespan. Like it's going to spin one of these things up, do an API interaction, and then bring itself back down. Like the process is terminating. So it's going to clean up for itself by virtue of not existing anymore. Let's see. So it checks for a different base URL, overrides it. Great. Wait, which? Confused. Where did those options come from? Where? Huh? Oh, there they are. Velopack flow service options. Okay, so something's. So this is the difference. Fancy logger and iLogger. Huh. It feels weird to split those. It feels very weird to split those. Right? Because part of me is like, why are we not just doing them both? There's a logging problem here. And I feel like I want to correct it. But again, we can't let that get in the way of actually shipping. So, cleanup may happen later. Get Flow API base URL. Hold on, where's get? Oof. 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 All of that to get a service URL for logging. That, yeah, that doesn't feel good. Sorry, EPOR. Not entirely sure. All I'm getting on my chat are black boxes. Yeah, so this, okay. So in some ways, this is a cleanup of, or a change of some of the code I had, which most of this I recognize as things that were just lifted and shifted with this change to be in the API client. It does somewhat concern me that we're doing this whole Flow API client just to get the base URL. That's a lot of instantiations just to get a string. I think we can probably clean some of that up. Okay. This upload latest release assets. This is going to be the one where there's probably a 400 somewhere in here. Hoi vey. Hoi vey. Yeah. So parallel process uploading. I do love this because this is a throwaway. Let's see. Background tasks. Where do you get awaited? Something down here is going to be watching for when all. There we are. Background tasks. Hoi vey, hoi vey, hoi vey. So downloading Delta base, suggesting Delta name, run task, publishing release, wait for live. Wait until release group live. What interests me is this feels, yeah, most of the time this publishing to release group live is going to be fairly fast. I mean, some of it depends on how big your files are and the processing time of them, but it's probably not going to be that long. Get Flow API. It does also interest me. This Get Flow API inside of each of these is like, that feels like a fairly heavyweight thing to instantiate every time. So maybe my idea of we're creating one and throwing it away may not be perfectly accurate. Wait until release group live, because it's getting a new flow client every single time. That feels heavy. Let's see. I to 300, get release group. So this is waiting up to 30 minutes, but it is respecting the cancellation, which is good. I'm curious what happens on cancellation. So I didn't see anything trapping operation canceled exception. So that gives me a bit of pause. So create channel request. So this should work as expected. Create release group, great. Upload release assets, publish release group, blah, blah, blah. Data auth configuration, assert authenticated, do the needful. Acquire silently. This is all code that was pre-existing. Acquire interactive. Lots of stuff in there for reasons. Build public application async. Oh, right. This is based on this. Got it. Okay, so that one we're going to come back to. We collapsed this one. But I kind of feel like I want to look at it. Let's see. Let's collapse this so I don't have to look at it anymore. Okay, now we got a bunch of namespace, don't care. See, I wish there was a way to say, to like mark viewed a category of changes, right? Like in this case, there was a change to add some project, or yes, add some projects and move some stuff around. And I feel like I want a way to say, hey, you know what? Everything that was just using our namespace changes, mark reviewed, right? Should only be used in nullable context. This is likely an indication of when some of that stuff was moved around. This wasn't deleted, it was just moved. All right, execute progress async. Okay. There we go. Let's see here. Delta package options. See, again, this is one of those things. Yeah, line endings, don't care. Do not care in the least. Let's see. What is this? Delta package builder. Output file. Is this literally just... Oh, so if it's not empty or the file exists. Interesting. I feel like I would have split those across two different ifs to handle a better message, but whatever. Let's see, parallel for each. Okay, this was actually interesting. So I was teaching at a local university not that long ago, and I was doing multi-threading. And the question came up of when do you use a parallel for each versus like a task when all. And the answer I gave, and I'll predicate this with, I was talking to university students. So some of it was based upon that's the level of audience that I'm dealing with, is parallel for each when you need to control the maximum degrees of parallelization, right? That's the big reason to use the parallel class now, is when you want access to this guy right here, right? I've got a bunch of stuff, but I want you to do in parallel, but for whatever reason, I don't want to just like chew everything. I want to constrain it in some way, right? Because you can do like a task when all, but if the thing that's populating that list of tasks can grow infinitely or unconstrained, you can easily thread pool starve yourself, which sometimes it's like, you know what? I want as many threads as I can get. Go, 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 go. Great, right? But it's worth having a little think about which way makes the most sense. Let's see. So this is just building out the Delta files. Okay. That I'm not really concerned with. Let's see here. Process failed, exception. This is literally just building this up. This is one thing I haven't quite figured out, and we haven't really addressed yet, is a lot of like our error messages are not localized. So that may be something that gets addressed in the future. This is also something I've noticed. I don't know how I feel about this, right? String interpolation that's not needed just to make sure that your lines line up properly. Because technically the dollar sign's only needed on the first one, not on the second and third ones. But this is done so that your lines are nicely positioned. Sure. One of those things that's like, it's kind of a stylistic choice. So it's like, I don't care that much on stylistic stuff. Okay, file deleted, and more actually what this means is file moved. So all of that's fine. Really wish the checking of this box on GitHub didn't take a metric eternity. That's always exciting. Come on, GitHub. I just tick the box. This should not take forever. I understand you've got to do all this like back and forth stuff. Okay, so formatting this, moving that around, great, fine. Lining up the files, don't care. Again, this is one of those cases where I really would love it if when people are doing all their AI stuff, the AI I want is something that makes my code review faster, right? Like, AI, figure out that this isn't a really irrelevant change that I care about and group it off intelligently, right? Like right now, most code review tools group things by folder or file. Just fine in some cases, but it doesn't speed me up, right? We've got AI now, and I really want something that groups by a category of changes. Like put all of my my Git chunks that are just namespace changes into a bucket, right? That way I can mark viewed on that bucket and say, I don't care to review the namespace changes, right? Tell me, give me a quick summary of what they all are. Let me approve that, and then let's move on. Like I don't care anymore. Like that's all I want, right? Like I don't want to have to look at a bunch of changes that are functionally the same just to give an approval on it. See, and this is another clever trick, right? Is building up multiple tasks and then waiting on them at the very end, right? So they both technically get queued and start up ahead of time, and then we just wait on them one after the other. So then, in theory, a bunch of stuff runs in parallel. Well, that's clever, right? Like, here strings, great, great, great. And there's a bunch of changes there, but nothing I care to look at closer. It's either going to work or it's going to not work. And I don't care that much either way, right? And so like a lot of these things were just pulled out of here. So some of those functions I mentioned earlier about like the weird naming for the delta or the app image or portable, right? Like they show as adds only because they were functions in a file that got cut and pasted into a new file, and Git can't pick that out, that it's technically just a move, not a delete and an add, which is functionally what a move is, right? When you do a git move, it really is just a delete and an add. Let's see. This is literally just white space, new line changing. So like this, like why am I having to review this? It's not a good. It doesn't make me feel good. GitHub, make it feel good. Okay. So release directory, publish. Let's see. I'm wondering if we should rename this property to, because if we're renaming the switch, I'm guessing this was done to align with or change to the VPK pack command. But I'm wondering if this property should be renamed to reflect this as well. Might make more sense. We'll look at the pat command and see what it is. Because I feel like there should be symmetry there. I like symmetry. Symmetry makes me feel warm and fuzzy. Okay, so the URI exists still. That didn't change. I'm missing something. Okay. Let's see. Default name, don't care. Why did I leave this one here? Oh, because I wanted to look at how this was used. That's what I wanted. Okay. Run task. This is to get the task of T. Comes with a name. Interesting. Basic console. Okay. Progress console or column. Run task. Does the needful. Great. Using statement. Don't care. Yeah, this changing of it here gives me pause. But we've already got the file where the usage is. Because it feels like an HTTP client factory might be a better use case. So this is now up at the root. Oh, this is in the test directory. Got it. Okay, don't care. Don't care. Not at the root. I can't read. Let's see here. What are we in? This is tests, just building out. White space changes there. White space changes there. Don't care. I think at some point I need to make sure our editor config. I think Kaylin and I have different defaults for number of columns before we wrap. Which is, it's probably not Kaylin and I have differences. It's probably my Visual Studio and Writer defaults have differences. And we should probably just get an editor config and sync. Okay. We got that down to, what is that? 12 files? Okay. 12 things to look at. And then a potential problem to solve. We'll see. Why is this one open? Okay. Okay, let's go with Splunk. Let's go with Splunk. So, Velopack flow. So I'm kind of inclined to fix this one right out the gate, right? Because this feels like an easy fix, right? And so if I go here and I go here and I just do I have a terminal open? Probably not. But I got one here. Right, so nope. Give it to me. Make you bigger. Let's see. So source cd go away. Libc sharp, I think, is where it is. Where's this? Where is this script? Source VPK. Okay, so I'm already wrong. cd VPK cd Velopack flow. There we go. Flow API gen bat. Bippity booyah, bippity day. Okay, so that gets me to there. That gets me to there. Why do I have you open twice? Feels like I've got too many Visual Studios open. Okay, so now we should be able to delete this. Okay, and that that makes me feel a little better having a generated file with a .g.cs extension, because that's slightly more in line with where other things land, right? And this is nswag is probably the reason for Newtonsoft. There is a way to avoid Newtonsoft, but I think we were already using it elsewhere, so it's like not worth Not worth mucking with it. Okay. Great. That handles that one. So let's find, where is that? Because I think we left that script open intentionally. Go back and look at that. Why did we not mark this one as viewed? That one should be marked as viewed. The script, where's the script? Dear GitHub, I want a way to filter down to just the unviewed items. Right? Because there's 97 files here, GitHub. Be really great if I didn't have to look at them all. Let's see here. Simple JSON. This one, right? So this was the change here. Okay, so let's go here. Let's see here. We're gonna change this up to be rename generated file to have .g.cs extension. Commit. Okay, we'll do that, and let's go look here. What was it that we were looking at here? Oh, we can clean up a couple of these. Why is client that way? Flow API extensions.cs. Let's just go and look. So, hey, let me type. Argument null exception of null. Oh, can I not use this? Oh, I can't use this because of the multi-targeting. Oh, that dumb. That dumb. Okay. But at minimum, we can do the name of in here. Let's see. Add argument. Convert to raw string. Why? Okay. Why is there not an automatic thing here? Because name of is a compiler implemented feature. So it doesn't matter your TFM. As long as you're using the newer tooling, you can get away with it. Let's see. Using statement can be simplified. Yep. Clean that up. Use simple using statement. That will make that cleaner. Why does client have an underscore after it? Is there a reason we can't just do that? I don't understand the underscore at the end of client. This feels like a refactor rename that went awry. There was probably something in there at some point that caused issues. Dispose of client. Yeah. Dispose client. Where would dispose client? Dispose client is set to false and then never set again. Right. This looks like something that may have been copied and pasted from somewhere. Okay. Or there was an extra level of refactoring here. So we don't need the finally, which means we don't need this try, which means this all gets cleaned up. Okay. That goes like that. Now, why does request have an underscore at the end? I have a feeling. Oh, I bet you I know what happened. This was probably copied from the generated code and then brought in. Oh, that's probably what happened. That is probably what happened. That would make a lot more sense. The problem with URI builder, so this is a string builder converting into a URI. Okay. Pair request. Got it. Okay, so yeah, this was almost assuredly in here. Dispose response is true and never set elsewhere. So what we're going to do is get rid of this, do using, and we're going to get rid of the try finally garbage. Bring that in. clean that up just to make my life easier to look at, because this type of stuff screams screams generator, and likely done in the name of, oh, let's see, content may be null here. Is it possible for content to be null? It is very possible for content to be null. Yeah, or is it? But checking response codes. This is safe, probably safe enough, because the only way this is null is if my API has an error, I think. Nope, not. Whatever I told you to do, stop it. Stop it. Wrong button. I wanted my refactor button. Let's see. Response. Forward. Cancel it. Yep. Oh, that's dirty. Read a string async. Oh, it only has a cancellation token in one of the methods. You can see this here. Pound if net 6.0 or greater, else and if let's see, do this, and then what you can do here, this drop down lets you toggle between the two things. So now we can actually see the differences between them, right? Which is a little bit cleaner. Trying to think of how the null case should be handled here. Feels a little awkward. Oh, this one's the same issue here, right? So this is actually, I think, the exact same code. Response, content, read a string async. Hey, C Films. Yeah, so was looking at the material design in XAML library a little bit earlier. So I do a little bit of material design in a couple different contexts. One as a WPF theming library. And recently I've been doing a bit with the material.avalonia project because it's kind of cool. And it's effectively a port of this to Avalonia for the same idea. And then Velopack, a great question. So Velopack is a cross-platform installer as well as update framework. And in this case in particular, so the SDK and the tooling is all free and open source, but there is a hosted service option that is soon to be released, and that is what we're poking at a little bit here, is trying to figure out the proper way to handle this. I think what we want to do is, if response.content is not null, I think I just want to, like, if the content is null, I think we just want to do nothing, right? Empty file is probably the expected outcome. Like, we get back a response body that's null. That's the same as an empty response body. And my server should never return back a 200 with an empty body. So I think we're okay. This is also one of the cases where we've written some extension methods, and I may go try to hunt those down because those should handle a bit of this. Okay, so download installer latest. This feels really weird. this download installer latest 2-file async. Okay, so the only reason it's named the way it is, I was going to go change the name, but it's named that way because of the generated file. Boy, I'm really tempted to go change my Swagger page now to make this thing named differently. That really makes me want to name things differently. We might have to update the API. To rename a method, we may have to go change the API. The API is functionally still private, so like it's technically public, but functionally, because we haven't released our hosted service yet, it is very open to clean up, download latest installer code. Okay, so we're just going to do that. Just so, because I want to get through. I want to get through this. So that was the bit there that I wanted to look at. I think this is probably fine because at the end of the day, this is just invoking a method where we have this asset type, right? And this should be a generated enum. Yep. And it will pull down all of that information. I'm kind of surprised you had to write this method versus the generated one. Huh. The fact that this needed to be written kind of makes me wonder if there was an issue with some of the generation, but let me look, because we did just generate this again. Download. Oh, but this is download latest installer to file. What does this do? Does NSWAG not know what a... Is the generated code really that... Oh, so here's the code that he copied. Got it. So this is what he copied, is the NSWAG generation code. Right? But it doesn't... Sometimes NSWAG, I get very annoyed with you. Yeah, I am wondering if there is something that can be done on the generation side to eliminate the necessity of this method. We may go, well, actually, hang on. NSWAG file download endpoint. Is there not a way to upload download file example? That'll work. With Swashbuckle anyway. Okay. File download can be with a custom operation filter. Let's see. Do you mostly use C#? Yeah, so C# is very much my bread and butter. But I dabble in a few other areas as well. So I would say C# I have expertise in, but part of Velopack, or a decent chunk of it, is written in Rust. So I've started learning Rust as a means of trying to be useful in that area as well. And then a handful of Webby-based stuff. Like the website of Velopack is done with React. So I have at least some level of familiarity with doing React level development, TypeScript, etc. A lot of my colleagues end up doing Vue, so I have lots of resources for Vue type stuff. Okay, so we may just need to decorate our download endpoint. Okay, so it looks like the operation being generated may be what's wrong. And we might need to produce an output type to do this. I don't know that I can directly say what it's going to be. This is upload. I want download. Sound like it wants quotes around. Blah, blah, blah. Is on my to-do list. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there's something maybe, and this is where Kalen's comment on he's getting a 400 on some of this stuff gives me pause. I don't trust that NSWAG did this properly. Okay, so let's look at this fancy console progress. Is this thing new? Fancy console progress. Okay, so show me your usages. Is there any reason why this is... Like, this gives me a bit of pause. Like, what's the difference between this and progress of int? Right? Because progress of int is functionally the same thing. I think I'm willing to bet that the big difference is this is easily implemented as a function, whereas progress is not. Maybe. But I mean, the thing is, right, there's a progress class. What is it? Right, so this kind of... Oh, that's... No, is that... Am I making this up? That is not the class I was looking for. progress. What's your namespace? There's a system. So let's see, system progress int, right? So there's this guy here that just wraps it. And maybe the idea was, why would I wrap it when I could just pass this thing in directly? And it does capture the synchronization context, so maybe the idea was to dodge that. Maybe? I'll have to ask. Feels a little weird. Let's see. Yeah, so this one here is... So the idea here with the logger warning is this looks like an interpolated string, but it's not. This is used for structured logging. So some logging outputs will store the message format separate from the interpolated message. And that way you can say, hey, find me all of the log messages that match this format, without that way the individual names don't necessarily get in the way. This can be incredibly helpful because sometimes you have, it's like, hey, I want to find this thing, but I want to be able to query based upon the format and the parameter rather than just on the end result of the message, right? The formatted string. And so not all logging providers support it, but the ones that do make your life significantly easier. Okay, so this guy here, fancy console progress. Yeah, and I'm curious why this guy here implements it, but the Velopack Flow service client has two constructors, an logger and a fancy console. All right, so who... This one here is doing logger and logger. Okay. Configure await false. And this actually matters inside of the MS Build stuff. So when you write an MS Build task, you have to be very cautious, because if you are executed inside of Visual Studio, you are getting full framework. If you are executed with like a .NET CLI command, you're getting .NET 6 or above. I believe that's right. And so things like that definitely start to make a difference. I think this is a typo here, right? So this was the thing we were going to check before. Because this is suppress output false. See, this bothers me. Log in. Got it. Okay. That's fine. So this handles what I think was the published task issue that I had. So let's go back to here. Where was published task? Let's just search publish task. This one, right? I think that handles. Oh, I wanted to look at the timeout too, but we can flatten this. Like, how bad does it make it if I make you a time span? Um, right? If we do that, and then we do time span, right? So if we just deal with that, because that now fixes this, that fixes that. There's probably a handful of these other ones that let's chase down the likely culprits here, right? Because a few of these are going to be now problematic, but I think it works better. I do want to check one thing. MS build task parameter time span. I don't believe there is an issue passing time spans from MS build tasks in. It should automatically bind because of type converters, I believe. Task base class, build engine, blah, 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 blah. Tasks. Execute a task from a project file, blah, blah, blah. Task writing. Yeah, register task. Require how MS build invokes a task. I'm looking for, there's something about how it binds parameters. Require task parameters to be set because it's functionally coming from an XML based thingy. Task parameter types. Natively handles properties of type string, bool, task item. If a task is a change type to convert from string with all properties. Okay, so change type on a time span, right, which is what is going to be invoked here, should just work because of, let's see, where is it? Because it is convertible. Yes, because time spans are convertible. Okay, so this should be fine. This should be fine. As long as we have done things appropriately, we should be all good. Is that really the only place where those things were being set? I should check here. Yeah, there is no timeout being specified inside of our task. I am wondering if there should be a property for it. I think there probably should be one. Velopack HTTP timeout. So the basic pattern here is for MS Build, properties just magically wish themselves into existence at declaration time. You can almost think of them as name value pairs in a lot of cases. But what we're going to do here, whoop, that's not how you type. Let's see, 30 minutes, 0 seconds. So because this string is convertible, oh, is it convertible in all cultures? culture conversions. Will it, so change to, hang on. I might have to convince myself of something. Change type. Oh, we might have to test this. It takes a format provider. Okay. Okay, let's, before I get too carried away. We might just have to null coalesce it and allow a null to make it in. That might be the other way of doing this. Build succeeded. Okay, great. Let's go. I don't really care where I do this. I just need a. Well, this test class is worthless. Okay, I just need a test class. There. That's all I need. Actually, let's go inside of Velopack test. I think that'll be lighter weight tests, and I just need something quick and dirty. NuGet util test. Great. Thank you. Fact. So public void can convert. We're not going to leave this test in here, but I do want to test it. Reach culture info, culture in, culture info, get cultures. Yeah, great. Okay. You're wrong. That's not what you're going for. String gets, I want to see if I'm going to get bit by somebody who's running a different culture with this string. Convert, change type, time span, culture. Assert, equal, there. Does this test pass? I have a sinking suspicion that I'm going to get hosed. Yeah, that's what, dang nabbit, what's the failure? I've got this thing in the back of my mind that is telling me that the colon doesn't work everywhere. Invalid cast. I should have probably left myself some. Try. Catch. Invalid cast exception, right? We're going to do this. Throw new exception, failed to convert. And then we will, I don't know, let's give myself an inner exception in case I want to look at it. All right, let's try this again. So I want to get that culture out. Failed to convert. I'm sorry, what? What is that, invariant? Huh? Last I checked, cultures have names. Failed to convert. What? Let's just back this up. Debug. Show me. Huh? Culture. Is neutral culture, is read only. IVL. Invariant country. So in invariant, this doesn't convert. I so hate culture. How does one specify? How does one specify a Okay. This is gonna bother me. I think we can get away with this though. Yeah, we can get away with accessing the time span class, can't we? Yes. Yes, we can. Okay, so rather than hard coding the string, time span from minutes 30 to string. Okay, this should be better. That way now to string in the culture. What is your problem? Oh, it wants a format and a format provider. What is the round trippy format string? Let's see. C# date, time, format, strings. I usually tell people that I don't care if you memorize these. I care that you know that this page exists and how to go look it up when you need it. Let's see. Full date, general, month, day, round trip. That's the guy. I want it to round trip. I think this is what I want. ISO 8601, blah, blah, blah. Date, time. Oh, I want this one. The also. I want the constant invariant. Takes the form and produces the same. Wait, the TNT format strings. Constant invariant format. See, what bothers me is this is literally my sample string. This gives me pause. This expected to round trip. Well, we wrote a test. Let's use it. Okay. Does this work? No, of course not. Of course it doesn't work because it's probably the same culture too. List culture infos, failing cultures. We'll do that. But I should probably spell culture correctly because, reasons. Now, this is very much a side tangent here, all because I could just not add a parameter. Like, that is an option. Insert empty failing cultures, right? We expect that to be an empty collection. I am mostly interested, is it just this invariant culture that's biting me? And the only reason I care so much about it is I think that's what a lot of like cloud agents run as, especially inside of containers, because there is an environment variable you can set that will tell .NET to run as invariant. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. That. Excellent. Excellent. Failing cultures. You know what? Now I'm actually curious. Culture info. Passing cultures. I have a feeling none of them pass. I have a feeling not one of these things pass. Because even though change type is invoked, now that I'm thinking about it, I am wondering. Timespan implements iConvertible, doesn't it? No. Great. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so none of those are going to work. Let's try this. Time span parse. Let's see. And then this is going to be here. Ooh, I took a break from my C-Films website project a few days ago to work on my new coding language project. That sounds fun. Is this coding language as a way of like learning compilers and language design, or is this something serious, or what's the motivation behind it? Chris, welcome. Long time no see. Welcome, people. Well, hello everyone. I'm sure Chris gave me an introduction that was completely wrong, so I will correct him. Everything he said about me is probably a lie. No, I love Chris. Welcome, everybody. Currently playing around on working on a project I have called Velopack. So for anybody interested in checking it out, correct, I said you were awesome. Yeah, that's why I have to correct what you told them, Chris. But Velopack is a cross-platform installer and updater technology. So if you are interested in playing around with it, the tooling and SDK is all free, open source. Knock yourself out. It is great and awesome. The thing that we are looking at is there is also a technically unreleased right now hosting solution called Velopack Flow that we are working on and hoping to release in the near future. But this is for people who don't want to think about things like signing and hosting and just want somebody else to do it for them. If all you want to do is build your stuff up and release, and you want to host it yourself on either your own like S3 bucket, GitHub releases, whatever, the command line tooling and SDK will handle everything for you. And for people who are interested, right? So there's kind of a quick start for stuff that is in here for current language support. If people, and the language support here is specifically around the updater framework. If all you need is something to deploy your app and you don't care about the updater as much, you can kind of get away without it. But it gets a little awkward because then you have to kind of manage your stuff yourself. Yeah, and thank you. So I can't take a ton of credit for the docs. My partner, Kaylin, gets most of the credit, but if you're interested, like they are just right there. Like, and it's kind of cool. I will say too, Chris, I'm limiting myself to one Mountain Dew tonight. I've just increased my cup size to appropriately account for my limit. Yeah. Yeah, volume. See, I'm only having one Mountain Dew. I've just made the size of my cup big enough to hold a 2-liter. So, details. But yeah, so that is the basic bits here, and it, for the most part, one bucket. Don't judge me, but this is actually my second largest cup. I do have one bigger. The problem is once you get bigger, the handle moves off the side and the definition of cup becomes a little tentative. At that point, the difference between cup and jug, like there's a debate to be had there. So yeah. But yeah, no, I was wrapping myself around the axle of passing time spans in and hating myself and not liking any of this stuff here. But yeah. Oh, C-Film. The new language is called McFly. Let's see. Because one day question came to me, which was, what would a coding language designed by me look like? Time to adopt the jug measurement for my whiskey stream. I mean, that would make it for an interesting stream, Chris. I just don't overdo it. That will be the one rule, or at least make it a long stream. If you spread it out long enough, you're probably fine. Okay, so there's the solution. I have to pass it as a string and parse it myself. Yuck, 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 yuck. Okay. If I parse it, can I get away with... Okay, so now the question is, can I just... Cultures are hard. I don't like cultures. I would actually die. I'm currently getting drunk off of one Mica Ultra. Yeah, absolutely. C-Films, if you've got a link, feel free to drop it in the chat. Okay, so I can get away with this as long as I pass the parameter as a string and then I parse it myself. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I hate this. Yeah, C-Films, feel free to drop it. Like, I've seen several people go through and build out their own programming languages. And, like, one, if you're doing it professionally to try to say, ooh, I'm going to build the next great programming language, like, that's significantly hard. But as a learning experience, especially for, like, building compilers and understanding how they work, it's a really great exercise. Not for the faint of heart, but it is a really great exercise. There's a wonderful YouTube series by Emo Landworth from Microsoft, where he goes through and rebuilds a compiler from scratch as an emphasize to doing it. Oh yeah, the at prefix as a variable name in C# is a total hack when you want to name a variable that matches a keyword. In general, this is a test I'm about to delete, not something that I'm going to keep. But in general, if you put an at in front of a variable name, it probably means you named your variable wrong and you should fix it. But in this case, I was just trying to prove to myself that I could make a string parse properly all the way through. Oh, cool. Thank you, C-Film. I'm going to put this on my thing and I'll take a look. Because yeah, it is a very interesting thing. Even building a simple parser for a lot of stuff is remarkably difficult. At one of the university classes that we teach, we used to give our students an assignment where it was basically build a small like mathematical parser where it was just like implement addition and subtraction. Not even that difficult. But yeah, it makes it hard. Let's see. String is better than test 1, 2, 3. That is true. Sometimes a poor name is, well, is that true? Yeah. A name like this, when it legitimately is a string parse, is there, and I think that's the only reason they leave the escape hatches, because in some generic-y cases, maybe the keyword is the right variable name, but yeah. Yeah, test 1, 2, 3 would be a lot worse. So, okay. But what this tells me, though, is I can actually pass through a timeout like this. However, what that means is I have to come down here, and on like my pat command, I have to do timeout. Thank you, autocode button. And then down here, I want to do timeout. Thank you. And you know what? I'm not going to bother to split them. One variable to rule them all. But it does mean that I need to, on my pack and publish tasks, make them strings and then parse them because yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. I don't like it when my plans don't come together. Oh, it's not even exposed here, is it? Oh, it's not even exposed. Sweet. That'll make my life even better. Public string timeout. Get set. And then we're just going to need to get it into the appropriate options variable. Yeah, there's some people I've seen on like the single character variable names, like things like I in a for loop are like they're generally accepted as normal because that's what people expect the iterator variable name to be, and it works, right? Let's see, string timeout, and this is where we're gonna have to do some work. Let's see. Time span. Timeout gets, let's see. You're so close, Copilot. You're so close. Let's see here. And I'm actually wondering if I should do something. Is it worth dealing, like, no. You should get a parse exception if you give it a bad value. Why so many columns? Why so many members in that class? Oh, yeah. So this one here, so this is a MS build task, and the only, so it has to have a single public property for every parameter you need to pass into it. So this is actually a class being consumed by the build system itself. So the thing invoking it is this. And the only reason it has all of these parameters, most of these parameters, the average human is never going to touch or see because I'm defaulting the variables ahead of time to reasonable defaults. But I need them to be variables so that if somebody consuming my build task wants to change one of the defaults, they have an injection point to do so. So it's really only there as a customizable thing. In general, this level of parameters is insane mode. So yeah, generally, don't ever do this. This is a bad idea. It's horrible, in fact. So yeah. So completely agree. In general, this is a not great option. Let's see, 2S pack options. But yeah, this is a level of craziness. Like, so for example, if we back up here, right, and we do the quick start, right? So you build an app with a Velopack, right? You add in a couple lines to make it actually work. So you have to bootstrap the library inside your app to get it going, and then you put codes kind of like this wherever you want to have the updating happening, right? And it's intentionally broken into 3 calls. The sample shows them all in one method, but maybe you break them up because you want to see, show the user that there's an update, let them view the update, then let them download it and install it when they want to, right? Maybe there's user interaction between each of these steps, whatever, right? We leave it open for you to decide how you want to do. But then to actually produce the installer, right, you have to compile your app. And this is just the .NET-y way of building an app that's ready for being released, right? And then you build the installer with VPK pack to be able to go through and publish it out. The thing is this is 2 steps. And .NET developers, we are lazy. We don't like 2 steps. And so there is a package here, one that is still in beta, and that's what's being built out here, called Velopack build. And it injects into your build process such that when you run .NET publish, it will automatically invoke VPK pack for you. That way, the process for building your installers is literally just run the same .NET publish command that you do today to publish your app. And in addition to your app being built out for you, you also end up with an installer sitting right there, which is pretty cool, right? Because why type 2 commands on the command line when I can do it in one command and save myself a lot of effort? So, and then things like version and app ID, that's part of why all those variables exist, is because people are going to want to, specify the version of their application, their app ID, those types of things all kind of need to be variabled out, and then you're off to the races. But this is functionally all it takes to do Velopack stuff. Yeah, it's fairly simple and straightforward. At least I should say, I think it is simple and straightforward. And I hope others agree. Okay, so this guy here is generating. I don't know how well this is going to... I don't know how well it's going to play with... So this is leveraging a compile time mapping. I'm actually surprised it's not giving me crap about a type mismatch, but I'm also realizing it might not have Windows Pack options. So if I go all the way that's probably why. I bet you I get bit when I do this. I bet you I get bit because I don't remember how. The nice part is the mapping stuff is compile time based, so it will yell at me at compile time if there is a problem. Is WPF alive? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yes. So at the Microsoft Build conference this last April, one of the one of the key messages Microsoft put forward is we are not abandoning WPF. Partly because Visual Studio, a decent chunk of this is still WPF. So, but yes. Sorry, I'm joking. Yeah, don't worry. You hit on a sweet spot for me. I still love my WPF very near and dear to my heart. I will say, if given my choices, I think Avalonia is probably where I would jump to for newer stuff. Like, I really like it. For somebody like me with a big WPF background, it feels nice. It just feels really nice. Pack command, pack options. Oh, so I only put it on one. Let's see. Public. Time span, timeout. So that should get me past that compile error. Yeah. The big disadvantage I see with Avalonia is there's not as much, like, sometimes you just have to write stuff yourself, whereas WPF's got, coming up on 3 decades. No, 2 decades. Yeah, I could, hang on, Mountain Dew. There, now I can do date math. That is what is important. Date math is hard when you haven't had appropriate amounts of caffeine. What are you squawking about? No members mapped in object mapping. Oh, see, I'm about to shoot myself in the foot, aren't I? That's okay. See, compile time mapping helps. Login command. That one, though, I think I'm actually okay with. I think I'm actually okay with that mapping. Yeah, because some of these we may legitimately not like the login one. I don't want a timeout on because you really shouldn't be, right? It's you're attempting to do a login. You either log in successfully or you don't. It's not going to wait forever. It's waiting on a callback, so it's okay. Does this actually map? This is not actually going to map the timeout, despite the fact that the timeout exists there. Now, if I do that, will it get, like I'm a little surprised I'm not getting any warnings on this at all, because it knows in so this this options mapper is kind of convenient. Oh, rerun generator. Oh, look at that. I like new buttons. I like new buttons. Well, why does it not? Oh, we can make this slightly more efficient. Hey, Visual Studio, stop. No, why can I not type? Why have you locked my file? Don't save, I guess? Huh? Color me confused? Visual Studio, I just wanted to change this to follow your suggestions. I don't like how it makes a suggestion then doesn't give me an auto code option for it. Come on, Visual Studio. Do better. Oh. Oh, you can't. Oh, this is so dumb. It's possible, but only in certain frameworks, isn't it? Use string contains char instead of string contains string. But I'm willing to bet that that doesn't exist. Like, this will probably be fine in the Net 6 world and probably suck in the others. What? Yeah, string contains, but then this doesn't exist in 472. Oh, I hate when it does that. Yeah, so here's the dirty trick, right? So if you expand this off, you'll note, right? Net 472, but I've got two target frameworks, right? So I've got 472 and 6.0. So this code is great, but only if we pound if it for 6.0, and I'm way too lazy to do that for a minor performance optimization. And that's probably why the analyzer's flagging it and not giving me suggestions. This guy here is really not going to convert this, is he? Oh, timeout.value. There, it did it. But if I change this to string, will you still convert? Or will you just silently ignore it and say, I don't know what you're talking about? Map to time span. Oh, it knows how to map to time spans. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So I believe what we can do, though, is we can override that function. Where was that? Just saw it a moment ago. There is a mapping function in this code that allows you to specify where is it? Yep. Options mapper. This thingy here. Private static time span string to time span. This is a case where maybe at string makes more sense, right? And now I think if we rebuild and force this thing to go, then it'll figure out how to properly map this thing for me. It'd be really cool if it just mapped this properly. Oh, this is not right. Run generator. Are you going to do what I would like? Might have to go look up the docs for this because I know there's String to directory info. See, this one knew how to map it. Oh, it's here where I probably need to do it. Ahaha. Ask operations mapper. String to rid. Yeah, how did you know? Where's this? Task operations mapper inside the build project. Okay. This is the one that needs to have the... Like, I know there's a magical thing. It bothers me that the tooling doesn't actually understand how to do this, but, you know, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Member unused. It's not unused. It's because you aren't smart enough to look at the generator and know that it's actually used inside of generated code. It may not be used inside of my code, but the generator uses it. Okay, so now if we look here, string to time span, huzzah, right? It now invokes my function. Okay, that's all I wanted. That is all I wanted. So it checks if it's null. If it's non-null, it'll invoke my function. Hoorah. Okay, so that gets me to there. That should do the same thing for OSX. If I add it into this guy, right? So I put it on the bottom here of that nature. So I just need to make sure I propagate it through to the OSX options. And then we do the same thing for the Linux. Linux, and then we do there. Kind of wondering if that's the right name for it, but whatever. We'll let that guy run, and then we'll just quickly double check it, and then we should be able to check in on the runner, which will receive set options. Let's see, what is your problem here? OSX. Oh, I see. Yeah. I didn't add it in yet. That's why it doesn't exist. Public. Some people might tap on a map in their lap. Somebody did a rap about a map. I think my brain is a little tired on the tongue twister. Let's see here. So these... I think I actually want the... I may want to move it all the way down, actually. Let me back up on the Windows command, because there is a common base class here. Because I think this guy here, I added the option, but I didn't add one for the CLI invocation. Because even though we're adding this for the MS build step, it is something that in theory other people may want to leverage down here. So let's put a CLI option on it as well. That way, time span. This becomes timeout option. Sheesh. And then down here we go timeout option gets timeout. Oh, this is on the pack command. On the pack command. What is the actual step here? Because we... When you run VPK pack and you specify a timeout, is it obvious what that timeout is actually used for? Because the timeout is not for the pack operation. I may need to back off of what I was thinking. Because the whole point in doing this was to expose out. Look at this here real quick. We're going to keep that because that's here. The whole point of doing this was to expose out the timeout operation because I was a little unhappy with the timeout being a double. Because that didn't make a lot of sense. And so we pushed it through here and we made the timeout here, which that makes sense to me. This makes sense to me because when you are running these on a pipeline, you will need an injection point here. But I am not sure that it actually makes sense on the pack. It makes good sense on the publish because you're actually pushing up to where that needs to go. But on the pack itself, you're not. Okay, so let's back off on a few things here. So pack ditch, because that doesn't make as nearly as much sense. So I don't think I want this because I actually want that to fail out. I do want the published targets. The service client here, I do want to leave it as a time span, so that we want to keep. I do want to leave this as a time span. That I want to keep. The Linux pack options, I don't think I want to expose it all the way up through the CLI because it doesn't make nearly as much sense there. And I think I want to dial it out of the pack command and only leave it in the publish. The login, the timeout for that makes sense to keep. This is the test that we want to throw away because we don't need it anymore. We want to keep our targets file. We want to keep our publish task. Okay, so that, where does that leave me? Yes to all. Does that leave me in a compiling state? Don't know if it does. Don't know if it does. Hey, look at that. My big head's in the way. I win. Okay. So that makes a little bit better. And then over on our targets, we're just going to drop timeout off of the pack and leave timeout on the publish. That leaves timeout needing to be a parameter here. Oh, I'm doubling it up because there's that. Okay, great. That works and that compiles. So drop that out of there. Okay, so let's just check these guys real quick. So if we do logger, we're fixing the parameter name. Here we are changing timeout to be a string because timeout really can't be a double. Actually, wait for live might not be a. Hang on, wait for live isn't being pushed through here. Hang on, can you even do? Where did my docs go? Boom. Task parameters: string, bool. String and bool are the only two primitives that are valid. Everything else is a change type. Okay. Okay. See here. So that works, but that isn't exposed here. So we should expose it up here. Let's see. Velopack. Wait for live. Not sure how much I like that name. Condition. Really? Copilot, you're not gonna help me? Then we're going to do this, this, this. Oh, and I'm going to do that. And then we're going to come down here and we're going to add it here. Wait for live. That way it passes through. Okay. We default to false. That aligns with the existing one, but it leaves it in a state where somebody could specify that property in their CS proj in order to get it done. Like there's a heck of a timing gymnastics being done here, which is why this property group is defined inside the target rather than up here, is because this allows somebody to specify these properties inside of the CS proj for their project. And because we only assign these defaults when the values are empty, it leaves it open for if people don't set them, we will put reasonable defaults in. If they do set them, we'll take theirs instead. So it leaves for some nice options. Okay, so that gets us there. All of that passes through. This only has one reference. Just passed in here. Great. Upload latest release assets. Does the wait. Does the needful. Everyone's happy. Okay. So let's do this. Let's see. Updating. The key thing here is must build publish task to, well, how about changing time span to, or time out to time span. Wow, that was not supposed to be that hard. Updating publish task to have parameters for the timeout and wait for live parameters. There is currently a fun bug in the Velopack build NuGet package that at some point I am going to go through and fix. Is it'll work fine if you run .NET publish from the command line, but fails inside of Visual Studio. And the difference is because the Visual Studio version of .NET is Net Framework. Net Framework expects signed DLLs, which aren't a thing in Net 5.0 and greater, I think. And so we get bit left and right. Okay, so which one of you lovely people was I? Did I close my PR? No, there we go, good. Okay, so we looked at that, that's fine. Did not look at that yet. Let's see, we did check publish task. I left one of these open because I wanted to look at the time span and the base URI. Let's take a brief gander. This one I think we answered our question for, but I kind of want to go look and see why I can't use the newer syntax for this. And it could just be, yeah, new syntax allowed. So latest C#, you don't have to do new list anymore. You can just double square brace. Why does this... Why does this have nullable disable? This is in Velopack core, which has nullable enabled. Why are we disabling this? I think we do this. So I have a firm belief that if it's serializable, it's nullable. Unless you can make a strong claim as to why it's not. And I have a strange feeling the reason it's set this way is because if we turn on nullability, then things like this start becoming problematic. Right? Like now with nullability turned on, we can see that these things are expected to be non-null, and the code anticipates them being non-null. This one also tracks, But you can see here, right? This is deserializing, but there's nothing stopping the file from deserializing into this build assets and the returned value being itself null, right? This is expecting the deserialization to succeed, and that's not guaranteed, right? On an invalid file, you could certainly get a null back. For example, an empty file, you will get a null, which is fine, except for it's no longer handling that case very nicely. Get file paths. So half of these things are inside of here, half of these things are outside, and half of these things are like every single one of these is enumerable. So we're gonna change this up. All right, so get file paths compiles just fine as an enumerable. If relative file names is file names, all right, we're gonna we'll null check it. So that handles that guy, right? And output dir is not, well, here, we'll just do this. Output dir, there. Null check them both. Return. See, this is why the new syntax is cool. No longer need to think about the weird empty list. What are you actually trying to do here? Collection expression? I don't know. I think the to list is just as readable here. Okay, and I'm gonna just do this because this makes me feel happy when there's nice symmetry across the lines. Okay. I think what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna do this. If a null comes back, we'll get an empty object and then we'll populate it. Because an empty object will have an empty array here, and this will return back. Let's do handling nullability on. I realize we've done all of this and we haven't actually addressed the underlying problem yet. I just got too many things I want to fix. Sometimes you can't see the trees through the forest. Let's see here. And then this one, simple JSON, is flagging a bunch of warnings. Velopack core simple JSON. Velopack core simple JSON. And the only reason this thing is in here is to smooth over compilation differences. So this guy here should with nullable annotation context. Are you not nullable enabled? Something is wrong here. Nullable enable. It's something. Okay. Right, so it knows that something has nullable disable still on it. Like, for example, that shouldn't be necessary. Am I missing something obvious? Where's the nullability? Somebody here has turned every single one of those. Not one thing overrides the CS proj, and the CS proj explicitly enables it. Okay. Rebuild. Show it to me. Yeah. Legacy app. Oh, this is dirty. This is dirty. Okay, this is a great one. This is an absolute peach of a problem. See this here? All right, I'm sitting here staring at this going, why are nullable reference types only enabled? Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Okay. This is a fun spot the bug problem. Why do we get this warning right? Right? Saying that the nullable context isn't enabled, right? For our simple JSON. The answer, we're looking in the wrong project. This is one of those areas when you're using the air window, it's very important to pay attention to this. Even though this is the right file, right, the simple JSON, the project that's having trouble with it is the Velopack test. So if we go here, Velopack tests, look at that, simple.json. And in case it's not obvious, that little arrow right there means file link. So this file is being linked in to the test project. If we look here, right, we will find a reference in this guy. Yeah, this guy here. He's being linked in from another project. The problem being is the nullability is set on the project file. And so when you link in an individual file, it's now being used in two different project contexts. Hoi vey. Hoi vey. So we are going to do pound nullable enable, and we're going to leave a comment. This is explicitly enabled because this file is linked into multiple projects, because future Kevin is not going to remember this, and future Kevin needs the help, right? But now when I build, those warnings should disappear and fall off. All right, this one here, packaging abstractions. This guy here does not have it, and so this is a legit warning. But that is not the one we are chasing right now, so we will deal with that a different day. Addressing nullability warnings in simple JSON. Let's see, commit. Okay, that all of this just to handle some code feedback. So that handles that. 92 out of 97. See, cooking right along. Log out options. I have no idea why I didn't check this box. Okay. Log in options. This one I wanted to look at because of the base class. This one made me wonder if login is dropping the ability to set a service URL. So I wanted to look here, and I wanted to grab the VPK flow login command. Flow login command. Do you have the ability to set a base URL? You do. Okay. So given that, what I am looking for is the login command runner. That thing. This gets the login options, which has the base URL. Which just works. So where are these Velopack flow login options? Where are you used? Maybe I'm just confused as to where this class is. 5 references. Where do you get used? Publish task. Oh, you just get used here. Oh, okay. That's probably okay then. Okay, so that's fine. That's okay. That is totally fine. That is totally fine. I just misunderstood the class. Okay, we're good. We are good. Velopack flow service. Okay, so this one here, this is where the bug is likely located. I need right file. Okay, so this is where Kalen indicated he was getting a 400. We might just need to go and run this to track it down. This one here has several calls just to get the base URL, and I'm a little confused as to why that is needed. Because this grabs this here, but I don't think you're ever going to have a base URL here. Where does this get set to? It will have one because of how nswag generates. Ugh. nswag, this is why no one likes you. Okay, so all of that just to get this. Is there no better way of getting this string? And it's not likely to be used in a lot of cases, but how many instances of this do we have? Is that the only one? Really? Okay, so maybe this is less of a problem than I thought. Why does this one need it? So this is doing this as an absolute fallback just for the logging information. There's got to be another call down here lower. Let's see, get auth configuration, authorization, HMAC, acquire silently. Because this is making a big assumption here on how this is actually going to end up working. Because the only time that I'm worried that this is actually the general case. Because most of the time people aren't going to be specifying a base URL. They're just going to use the public one. And so we knew up this entire service thing, getting the HTTP client, the Flow API client, all of that stuff just to return a string, which is real overkill for something that could just be a constant. Because the string that's being populated into the generated code is known at compile time, which gives me a lot of irky jerkiness. Acquire silently, because do we even use these? Scopes, accounts, because it's all about this public client. This guy here. Where do we actually query? Because I kind of want to change it so that we pass this guy in. Is it auth configuration that makes the call? Yeah, so here, this guy here, I kind of feel like this should take in the Flow API. Right? So make the caller specify it rather than retrieving it internally. That way we don't have to get and throw away, get and throw away. Let's see. Flow API client, get Flow, because in any one of these situations, I'd much prefer if we only ever called get Flow API once, because then it doesn't bother me nearly as bad if we're only retrieving one of these. Right, like that feels a little better. It does mean that I push a little more burden onto the caller, but that I think is better because I would rather that burden of retrieving the client be done at the public API rather than down inside the private one. I think that makes me feel a little bit better. Right? Though get profile async is only invoked from here, and it can take in the client. Right? And get profile is effectively a private method. So we are going to do Flow API client because that client is kind of expensive to build up. It would be nice to not abuse it too badly. Okay, so let's flatten this guy up a little bit. Where did that get profile go? Okay, let's bring this sucker down. And let's start. I kind of want to look at some of these get flow API ones, right? Like some of these, I want to limit how many calls there are. That's fine. The first two are fine. I'm noticing a pattern. Download latest release. This only has one invocation. Because HTTP client itself is thread safe. And I'm just looking to see if there is a place up here. Upload latest releases. Is this invoked from the task and the runner? So this needs to be public. Just trying to look. Execute progress async. Let's see. So this is just an async lambda that comes in here. Process report, create channel if not existing. See, there's a bunch of these in here where they're all going to call get flow client, and this I think I want to cut off, right? So I don't like this. I want to go flow API client, and then the caller now has to suffer creating the thing. But I'm kind of okay with this. Because now I can do this, and we can avoid the creation of a bunch of these things. Oh, you know what? Let me just check and make sure. Is the generated one from... I just wanted to check and see because I don't know. I think these are all fine. HTTP client itself is. I don't know if the NSWAG client itself is, but I can't imagine there's not enough state to cause cross-threading problems unless you let something dispose, right? You can't change settings after the fact. This guy here is using system.lazy, but it is intentionally using thread safe on it. So I think we're good. Okay. Just double checking. Let's see. This should be client. And then we just delete this line. Upload release asset. Flow API client. Just to avoid having to create a ton of these things. I have a feeling Flow API client. This will cut down significantly on the amount of pain and suffering I deal with. Because I think, let's see here, client. This guy here is probably doing the same thing. Yep. Flow API client. Now we don't have to create all these instances, and it will be much faster. There's a running joke that I usually tell people is in C#, you don't have performance problems, you have memory problems, and memory problems. Because in a significant amount of the performance issues that usually crop up involve the garbage collector running. Because C# is a garbage collected language. And the problem is when the garbage collector runs, you basically get paused while it cleans up your mess. So the solution is don't make a mess. Saves you a lot of pain and suffering. Now, I am going to be conscious of the fact that we are creating one of these things. And I do have some state here that I need to make sure is appropriately handled. See, this here is a threading bug, right? This is a threading bug that may not be obvious to many people, right? Is we come in here, we read the property, we check if the value after reading the property is not null, and then we read the property a second time and return that, right? So one of the easiest ways to make something thread safe is to pull it into a local variable, because local variables are thread safe by definition, right? When you're inside of a function, only one thread can be touching that variable unless you hand it off by ref to someone else, right? So the easiest thing to do is now we read the property once, cache it in a local variable. If it is not null, then we will return that cached variable instead. Right? Mucho simpler. Mucho simpler. There is still the possibility of timing issues. If like two threads come in, they both check, they're both null. We then go through and we make this call here. I am interested in why we are not caching the response down here. Like, who sets this property? No one. So that's a bug, because we have a method whose purpose in life is to cache, and it no cachey. So right. So we'll do this. So it is possible that we still end up making two calls here when we didn't need to, but that I think is mitigated by the fact that we should only be calling the we should only be calling the get flow client from the top level entry point and not nested. And now that all of these things are moving static, that kind of gives me a lot of hope that we aren't going to have nearly as many potential threading issues. Okay, not real concerned with those. Sorry, I'm looking at these little blue boxes here. They indicate information messages, but they also are flagging things like spelling mistakes. So it's like, I'm kind of scrolling through some of them very quickly. Okay. Now this guy here is inside of Velopack Flow. I believe this has nullability enabled, which means this is not necessary. We can turn that off. Okay, so that gets us all the way through there for some of the cleanup. Now, the code path in question that was, I believe, causing the grief was going to be around upload latest release assets. So let's see what's going on. So I have working script here that effectively does the same thing. All right, so we're going to ignore all of this here because none of, actually, from here down is the only part that is likely interesting in terms of it. So there's a login command. This is called get, but it's really upsert project ID. So it gets or creates project ID. Same with channel ID, and pulls those back. So given that, question becomes where would this thing fall apart? Right? So assert authenticated is going to be the equivalent of the VPK login. It at least will validate that login was called somewhere in the code path. Right? I'm actually surprised there wasn't a bug before, given that we weren't actually caching the results. But I guess that wasn't an issue with the auth. Because if we look at the VPK publish command runner. Let's see, publish command runner. This guy here, right? He will have created the client, invoked login, and then after it is invoked login, it'll call upload release asset. So the only way, so this is just guarding against our a mistake higher up, but there should be no way we get to here where we aren't in an authenticated state, because that would require login to return true when we are not in fact logged in. So that one's there. Gets a channel name, build release assets, pulls this in, gets release entities, pulls back a full asset. So when Velopack builds up your installer, the key things that it builds are a setup.exe for you, at least on Windows, a NuGet package that represents the full package of all the things, and then a Delta package with the prior release. It may also include a portable zip for Xcopy style deployments, just to see how it goes. Awesome, C-Films. Just as a way of pulling those things back. And so pulling these things, let's see here, let's move that down. So it pulls out the installer files, pulls out the release assets. This gives me a bit of pause. But now we build up the flow client and we're going to execute. Let's see. So creating release version. So, and this is one of the things that gets a little weird, right? Because for the average user, they will likely think of a release group as a release, right? I'm doing my 1.0 release. Makes sense. But functionally behind the scenes, what that means is you need a channel and you need a release group. So it should create a channel. And I think that aligns with my script. Just double check. Because I only know this because I ran this the other day and it actually was able to publish. So channel goes through, there's two possible parameters of project or package ID. And so either one of those, this should serialize. Yeah, name, package ID. Okay, I see no issues with that are at least obvious, right? Name, I was doing project ID, but it did package ID. Create channel, and then it returns it back. It will functionally do an upsert on the back end if it already exists. That way there can be a blind creation. So it creates the channel if it doesn't exist. It's interesting to me that this doesn't return anything back. Why does the color not needed? Oh. That's interesting because it's going to create the channel from the string a second time. So that will work as long as the string name is unique. Which, given that it's an upsert, it should be, because you shouldn't be able to have two different ones. Okay, so create release group, channel identifier, package ID, version. Let me check this here. So for the release group, wait, why? I'm missing something. I'm missing something very obvious here. This should work. Let me pull my Swagger endpoint. Let's see. API.velopack.io. Ba-bum. release group. And let's just double check what we're hitting. Create release group async. This should be the post endpoint. Yeah, so create release group async post. Yup. Package ID version channel identifier. Okay. So package ID version channel identifier. This does go. What does toNormalize string do? Okay. This is the NuGet versioning one. Okay, that should work. I don't see any issues there. That creates the release group. It should parse it back, which it is returning it back. Okay. And then files to upload. Oh, I don't think Kalen knows this trick because he's doing asset tuple. Oh, okay, here's a cool trick, right? So this guy here, get non-released assets, that's a string. What's not obvious here, right, is because of this link, this is an array that's going between file type and name, I believe. Yeah, so what you do down here, so rather than doing this tuple and doing this item one, right? So what you can actually do is you can do what's called deconstruction. So you can go string file path, file type, and it doesn't want the types on there, right? So rather than item one, I can do file path. And rather than item one, I can do file path. And then I can do, rather than type, maybe I should do file type. There, something like that. So you can actually deconstruct the tuple. It's a way to be able to get a for each with multiple values going through it. It's one of the coolest tricks that came with the value tuple when they added it to C# that I don't think many people caught that was a feature that was added. Because sometimes you want a for each over a couple of things, right? It's nice to have more than one iterator variable. So C# deconstruction, you're off to the races. Okay, so that goes through there. Uploads release assets. Great, and this is going to do a progress reporter thingy mabobber. Okay. And then previous version, downloading Delta base. So it's retrieving back the prior release version. I wonder if this fails. I think it might. If you request a download latest release and you're doing your 1.0, I don't think there is a Delta base. Because this is trying to grab previous NuGet package. I don't know that this is going to work. So let's look. So this is officially the non-public repo. Don't worry. As owner of the company, I can show non-public repo, and I'm very confident I won't get sued by myself. Yeah, so if I go through and look at the API, and I look at the releases, and I look at, because this is using which endpoint here, right? This is the overloaded method, right? So it's v1 download, pulling back package ID channel. Hey, DaVinci Dev. Ooh, I am sorry to hear that about the power. That is, I will say, one of the most frustrating things. Software development is really great right up until you can't use it. So this one here will return a not found. if there's nothing there. Right? It'll also return not found if the thing requested isn't a published release group. So it is going to filter that down. So, given that, what is this guy going to do? Download latest release. One, you see Flow API being reused. So we're just going to kill that sucker off. And we can do static, and then we can jump here, and this should be client. That way we don't have to reuse it. So this guy here is going to... It's interesting because this is just blindly going to assume that this file exists. What is, how, huh? I'm confused. Because this is just going to open read. That not okay. No. So, okay, we gotta do something here. Because this is passing in what? Previous version. This guy takes in a local path, right? This guy's going to come in here. This guy's going to come in here. This is going to make a call. If status is 404, this is going to throw an API exception. That's no bueno. No bueno. Okay, so what do we expect this thing to do? That's the question. I don't like how NSWAG generates this stuff. I really don't like it. Like, it makes sense that this thing would throw an API exception, but that now means that this guy up here needs to handle it. But see, here's the thing. Like, I don't like that this thing throws... I kind of want to just suppress API exception on 404. Right? I don't like this generated underscore stuff. So maybe we just suppress that. Catch API exception E when... Okay. And then rather than doing this, we can do HTTP status code not found. Right? I would much rather do that than the alternative, which I should probably change that over here too. Right? I don't like magical ints. Like, I realize most people should know this, but I'm also very aware that, like, especially new devs coming in college, they don't teach a lot of these basics. Like, I had one college grad who started working for us, and they asked the question, they're like, hey, where did you learn all this networking stuff? And I'm like, well, for me, I ended up initially thinking that I was going to go down the path of network security and being a sysadmin, and then decided, nah, that isn't really for me. Sorry, we're gonna just clean this. Pattern match all the things to victory. So I decided, I was like, nah, I like programming a lot better. Let's go down that route, which was fine, right? Great. But it also highlighted that most of the time, universities don't teach kind of some of that fundamental stuff. They often teach, like, at least around here, they teach like an operating systems class where people get kind of like this touch of assembly, and they kind of understand a pipeline processor a little bit. And there's at least enough there to where it's like, okay, you write some code and you start to know it, but Like practically most of the students are not going to get jobs where they are working in low level stuff. The vast majority of jobs out there, you work in higher level languages. You're you're working in web based stuff with JavaScript. Like nobody writing web front ends thinks about assembly. Maybe WebAssembly, but not like low level assembly. It's like it's not really a thing that matters to the vast majority of people. Like I get it, it's a good idea to make somebody a little more well rounded on how the sausage is made, but it is not the common path by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, so we will deal with the 404 issue. And then what we need to do here is if file exists, right, then we'll do this. Otherwise, we're going to return null, right? And then what we're going to do here is we're going to null coalesce this. And this is kind of a dirty trick. So this is using what's called the lifted operator. So the what are you complaining about? Oh, that's fun. That is kind of annoying that bang is there. Is when doing comparisons with nullable types, null short circuits and returns false for the comparison. So you can do these kind of wacky comparisons here. I think what's biting me is the property here is also nullable, which is going to break the cheater trick. What is it? Semantic version something. Give me your type. Do you have a nullable empty or similar property on you? I just want an empty one of you. Empty release labels. I was really hoping you had just an empty somewhere. Okay. Fine. Fine. Private static 0 version gets static read only gets new. Oh, that's not what the 0 key on my keyboard looks like. Let's try this again. All right. Because this should zero it all the way out, right? Empty, null. Perfect. That's all I want. So what we'll do is come back down here. 0 version. There. So we'll do something of that nature because we're doing this previous zip thing. Okay, so this guy here. Oh, latest version in channel is greater than or equal to. Oh. I can't have this thing be a 0 on a null. Okay, so do this. We'll do this a little differently. So if rev zip not null. Oh, actually we can do this. We can do this. How can I make the code less readable in one simple step? Oh, you want a constant, don't you? Oh, you're killing me. You're killing me. You're killing me. That now we can get away with the bang because we've checked it ahead of time. Okay, it does mean that we need to come down here, and if so, this we only need this information. This is building and uploading Delta packages. This whole thing is going to be if previous zip is not null. And actually, you know what we should do? We should do this up here. We should get rid of this. And then we should take this guy here and do this. Right? So we only do any of this work if we actually have a previous version. Okay. That comes in here. Then we publish release group. Because effectively you upload all of the individual files to the release group itself, and then you actually change its state to published. Because you start with an empty release group that's a draft that you can just kind of throw things in until you're happy with it, and then you publish it. And then if you're waiting for it to go live, because once you publish, the wait for it to go live, what is it checking for here? Failed to get release group status. It may not be live yet. Yeah, so this is waiting for all of the things to go through. Why are we lowercasing status? Isn't this an enum? Oh, status isn't an enum. Ooh, I might need to change that. We're going to do that. Like, I don't... Invariant casing shouldn't matter here because the system sending it isn't localized. But I just feel safer. Let's see. Within 5-minute timeout. I don't like this because this is saying a 5-minute timeout, and yes, 300 seconds is 5 minutes, but that ignores the API call time. Acid Rain, long time no see. It's going good. It's going good. We are working on Velopack related stuff at the moment. I'm reading through code that my partner wrote, and I'm reversing it. Is this an okay message? Because it doesn't really affect anything. But like if you're on a slow connection. Also, my one Mountain Dew for the day. I've appropriately sized the cup. I am wondering if this is... Oh, see? Perfect. You know how to party. That's probably fine. I'm not going to worry about it for now. Okay, so that should handle all of that. I think. Should be fine. Should be just fine. Okay, so the likely breaks... We may have solved some of them by doing this. This is one of those things that I always feel like you should clean up code first and then chase the bugs, because that will likely solve a lot of your problems. Okay, let's go here. Let's go here. Let's see. Clean up flow client to... I can't type. Only create API client once. This is per logical operation, not a real singleton. Because we will do once for login, once for public operation. It's like, that's fine. That I'm not overly concerned about. Because the slow part of the login will not be the instantiation of the client. I assure you. The API is for auth for B2C is much, much slower. Fixed up issue with deltas always assuming there would be a successful response, which I kind of wonder if that was the bug. I kind of wonder. So let's push this and then no, thank you, Get Kraken. I know I have a fork of this repo, but I only made that to test some fork related problems. What was that being for? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we pulled that up. Let's see. The only things out here are dependencies. We pushed all the stuff. Reload. Oh. Visual Studio, don't scare me like that. Okay. Now, the question is, can I run this locally? And I think that's going to hinge on my ability to run this script here, which I don't know if it actually works or not. So we're going to just run it and see what happens. Let's see. View. Where's my terminal? Terminal. Okay. Build VPK. This is actually one of the most obnoxious things about this entire process. Stop. Is our build process for building Velopack is insane. Absolutely insane. Like here's let me give just a brief gander of how absolutely insane this is. And we've been talking about how to try to make it easier so it doesn't suck for people who want to contribute, but it's absolutely insane. So part of the issue is, oh look, it's going to build and publish for me. And that'll be a perfect one to show, right? So let's just be clear, right? I pushed a branch on a PR. 14 jobs, 3 more jobs, and then all of these Rust related jobs. Like it is a lot of stuff. And it's because there's so many moving parts, and some things have to be compiled on Linux, some things have to be compiled on Windows, some tests have to be run on platform specific stuff. It becomes crazy. Let's see. I've been having such a hard time with Maui's build process. Sometimes just creating a simple exe is a nightmare. Yes, the fact that you say exe makes me suspect Maui targeting Windows and the WinUI process. The best documentation you will find, WinUI MS build, and this is the sucky part, is you have to understand how Maui works under the hood to actually use it properly. This is this the one here? I think this might be it. Like you have to know that Maui's doing the WinUI stuff under the hood. Yeah, this one here. This one here is the good one. Because WinUI has both packaged and unpackaged, and dear heavens, buckle up, right? Unpackaged is nice, but like this is how much work it is just to produce an unpackaged exe. Like that's it. Yeah. Right? Like the fact that you have to do things like set up MS build is insane to me. Absolutely insane. And that completely ignores the Maui workload and tool chain. Yeah, I only know this because I have been working on a Maui app in my day job, and we have gone through similar pain and suffering. So don't feel bad. Ours had a bunch of extra constraints and private NuGet feeds and extra things that went into it that added to the difficulty behind it. It wasn't just build and run. But yeah, the key thing if you're targeting Windows is to know that it's WinUI 3, and oftentimes you have to look up the WinUI documentation to get the appropriate incantations for it. Just inside thing. Like that's both. So side tangent, right? So that is the fundamental difference, I think, between Avalonia and do they have? I thought they had. Yeah, they've got some stuff up here. The difference between an Avalonia app and a Maui or WinUI, like Maui is designed for native controls, and so you write your UI once, and there's that middle translation layer to get you down to native, right? So on the positive side, you get native controls. On the downside, you've got an abstraction layer between you and native controls that you sometimes have to do battle with. It also means that if WinUI has a bug, Maui has a bug, right? There's no getting around it. Like WinUI is the foundation, and if your foundation has a crack, you have a crack. And so there are a lot of things that get categorized as Maui issues that aren't always Maui's fault. They're an underlying issue on a lower level that they can either like try to work around, or sometimes they just have to throw up their hands and go, sorry, this isn't our stuff, right? Like, so you get bit. Whereas Avalonia, they own the rendering stack top to bottom. So you get common look and feel across all your platforms, which some people like, some people don't. Like there's a pluses and minus there, right? It's not native look and feel, it's common look and feel, which is different, but they own the rendering stack, so they encounter far fewer issues because they don't have this wacky dependency chain underneath them. Yeah, having those issues with translating native controls in Mac. Yeah, and that is one of the things. Like Maui gives you some escape hatches with like their effects, and you can dive down into like the renderers if you want to get to those native platform controls. But then you have to realize, okay, I'm switching gears. I'm now writing native iOS or native Mac OS X code in order to do all of that. And so in my mind, it adds to the load of what you need to know to do it well, and makes it harder. So that's part of why I've really liked Avalonia. With, again, the downside being it's common look and feel, which some people don't like, right? And that doesn't mean you can't do platform-specific stuff. It just means that the default out of the box, it's going to render the same way on all platforms, unless you do something, right? You have to do work if you want something different. Fine, that so be it. But it is fundamentally different architectures between the two. The other thing is Avalonia only added mobile Android and iOS support like one major version ago. So it's whereas Maui started mobile first and desktop kind of came along second. And I don't really want to say that because Maui stepped in with Windows always there, but Maui very much feels like a mobile first thing, whereas Avalonia is more desktop first. So do with that what you will. So depending on what you're building, those can potentially influence your stuff. Okay, we're going to kill all that. Okay, so I wanted to see why my script failed out, because I would love air tool chain, all of this stuff. Okay, so I may have bugs. Oh, and I just got a lovely email notification saying my pipeline failed. Okay, so what test did I break? So I've clearly broken a test. This is the unfortunate part about tests, is now you get to break them. This is both a blessing and a curse. So something that we do is we actually will kill, if one test fails, because our other test runs can occupy a significant number of build minutes, we'll kill the other ones too. But sometimes I want that stuff. That sounds fine to me. All I care about is cross-platform compatibility. Yeah, and actually I'm looking to do over like probably in the next couple months, I may start doing some more Avalonia content streams. Like I feel like that's one of the areas where it's lacking, is it doesn't have a lot of content around it. Like some on some of my hands, it's like, oh, it's new. It's like, well, it's been around for 6 years. Like it's been around for a little while, but it's I think finally reached a level of maturity where it's like, oh, this is like serious player on the field now. We're no longer the rookie. We're like, now we're playing with the big boys. So it's like, Yeah, but it does mean that there are some there's not nearly as much third party support as there might be for something that's Microsoft backed. Yeah, and Maui has been struggling as of late. I don't know if you caught, there was an announcement for Maui that came out October, November, somewhere in that vicinity. Um, so there was a this blog post here. Right. So I will summarize. The Sync Fusion had a vested interest in wanting to make their toolkit awesome on Maui, but was unhappy with the speed at which some of the Maui things were being resolved. So Sync Fusion dedicated some number of developers. I don't know what it was. But some number of developers to go and just work on Maui. And so the Maui team, like, they got slammed. I'm trying to remember, did they show the numbers? It was insane. The number of items that Sync Fusion closed. Yeah, they closed 75 product issues, but there was more than that. Like, the number of PRs they did just blew my mind. I was like, how? So now, admittedly, it was a mutually beneficial relationship, right? So Sync Fusion put out their toolkit, which offers a bunch of free stuff, but it's they've got the crack dealer pricing model, right? The toolkit's free, but if you want all their controls, you pay them money, right? So it's like, on one hand, good on them, right? They released a toolkit with, I think it's got like 36 controls in it, which isn't bad, but it's like it's their basic toolkit. You get to play with it, and it's free, so why not? Right? Great. But it is the idea of, hey, if you like it and you want more, we got more for you. So they contribute to Maui, make Maui better. They get nice free advertising and a push for their toolkit to try to get people to use Sync Fusion. And so it's like Maui gets free dev hours out of them, and they get free advertising and people being pushed towards their toolkit. So it's like, okay, it works both ways. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily damning to bring in people from another area to do it. Like, a lot of Microsoft has been stretched thin with their push for all this AI stuff. And the thing is like, the Maui team is not huge. I don't remember how big it is, but I think I can count it without taking my socks off. So it's not that massive. And so there's only so many hours in a day that they have to fix stuff. And so a lot of these extra developers, I think what they had said in here is they had kind of, it means that the lead maintainers from Microsoft can focus on reviewing these PRs from Sync Fusion to get stuff in and done, because like the community can always contribute, and the Maui team is actually one of the best about acknowledging community contributions. So if you go and fix something on Maui, like they do, like even on the build conference, they will put up the board showing all the community contributors that helped out with it, because there is a lot there. And I think they've figured out that because they've got such a deep dependency chain, there's so much, like it's a constant moving target. Apple puts out a new release, Google puts out a new release, the WinUI team puts out a release, and then heaven forbid every November .NET puts out a release. And so they've got all of these dependencies, and they're all moving at very fast rates, and they're trying to keep up on all of them. Like, the idea of doing it is great, but I feel like Maui needs a significantly bigger team to do it well, and I don't think they have the manpower. So having this gives me a little hope that it's like, okay, now they're getting some of the manpower. And that's the thing, is like, Apple, like, I don't think they necessarily have a problem with people building Maui apps, but I don't think that they spend any amount of effort to make it easier or better at all. Like, I think they go, if you want to do that, have at it. We ain't helping you. Like, that's kind of the impression I get, which is kind of sucky. Yeah, yeah. Which is, again, part of why I go back to the Avalonia model is I like the structure and the direction that it's going, and the fact that they own the rendering stack, because it's all Skia backed. So Skia is Google's rendering engine that they open sourced as part of all of their stuff, which is great. And so it's fast, it's efficient, it runs on a bunch of platforms. And so Avalonia's thing is they get down to effectively a Skia surface where they can paint, and they do all the rendering, and it lets them go pretty quick. Their biggest disadvantage is they're focused on being a cross-platform UI framework, not a cross-platform framework. And those two things are very importantly different. Which is like I felt so bad on my Avalonia app. I actually brought in the Maui toolkit because I'm like, I need some cross-platform APIs, and I don't want to write all these myself. So it was back and forth. So yeah, it has been good. Okay. Sorry. Alan actually just came online and started messaging me. Did he send this? 60 seconds ago. Oh. Let me give him a reply. Okay, so I want to figure out which of these tests actually failed. Let's see. Skipped. I wish there was a better... Oh, wait. Don't we have the XUnit log viewer? Where is... Hang on. If I go back to here, isn't there a... How do I feel like there's a special... Maybe I'm just making that up. Might just be making that up. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I don't think this works because it virtualizes the DOM, which is great until you're trying to find the one error message in a massive pile. Check some failure, but this didn't fail the test. Because some of these things are testing error cases, so like this error output isn't necessarily wrong, because sometimes that's legitimately the test cases. Hey, does it output the wrong thing? Hey, Society Dog. Yeah, we settled into our new house. I'll give you the quick summary. A month and a half later, we had a house flood, which added to a lot of pain, stress, and suffering. And I went offline for, I don't know, 2 months while we dealt with that. Thankfully, my computer survived the flood, despite being rained on. One of the supply lines to a toilet came loose and sprayed everywhere. So it was a nasty problem. Yeah, acid rain moved back in August. Yes, it was like middle of August that I moved. It was a very rushed thing. We hadn't planned on it, but my wife found a dream house, and so we said, I guess we're trying this. And so put in an offer, got accepted, and moved. It all happened in like a small matter of weeks. Yeah, so I'm set up in a office of sorts as of now. If I drop my green screen, you would see like an unfinished basement and studs and everything. And oh man, Acid Rain, I'm very sorry. Yeah, it sucks. But yeah, but got in, and at some point here we're gonna start working on trying to, because it had an unfinished basement, we're gonna look at actually finishing said basement, which will hopefully be good. Unfortunately, my office is or the area where my office will be is one of the last spots that we're planning on finishing, just with the way the layout is. So I will be. For most of you, it doesn't matter. I am in front of green screen. It looks the same as before. What's different, right? For me, it's very different. Like I'm standing on concrete floor, and by standing, I mean sitting. But I'm on a concrete floor at the moment. Now I'd like to be on something a little bit nicer. So, but yeah, so it's been good though. It's been good overall. It is a great place. It is definitely a dream house, and my wife's words, forever home. So it's like, okay, it was good, and now we are done moving. Hopefully for several decades. That's the plan. Hopefully. Um. Yeah. Uh. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully it will be, and it should be good. Like we had lots of help, and even with the flood, people came out of the woodwork to help us, which was amazing. Even moving, I joked with people that you can always tell who your friends are when you tell them you own a piano and they still show up to help you move. That's how you can pick out your friends. Because we had a handful of people. Like the day we went to load up the moving truck, my wife went to go drop our kids off at her parents' house so that they were out of the way and we could focus on moving. And it took her about 30 minutes to go drop the kids off and come back. The people that showed up to help us had the moving truck loaded in 40 minutes flat. An 18-foot moving truck loaded in 40 minutes. And I went, oh, this is gonna go real fast. So, like, I joked with people, I'm like, the limiting factor is gonna be the size of my front door. And it certainly was. Yeah, family were the only ones. Yeah, I will say I was actually shocked because we had friends, I had coworkers that all just kind of was like, yeah, we'll come help you move. And one of my coworkers turned out that he just likes helping people move. I'm like, I had no idea. Like, did not realize that was a thing people enjoyed. Symbolic link tests. This feels like, did I even touch this area? I don't feel like I touched this area. Hope you pulled out some beer and soft drinks barbecue afterwards. Oh, see, yeah, I can't compete with barbecue. We didn't do barbecue. We did do pizza, soft drinks, and then we were trying to do like an open house thank you thing for everybody that helped us move, but then we had the flood, and that kind of killed a little bit of that. But we still had a bunch of people come over. Like, it is a very fun house. Like, it's a Victorian style house, but it was built in 1991. So it's a newer construction built to look old, that's in a very weird area, and there's a lot of kind of just interesting eclectic stuff around the house that just makes it, like, it's weird but in a good way, if that makes sense. Which, like, it's just fun in a lot of cases. Which I like, absolutely love it. So I'm gonna run this, and I realize it failed on Linux. I just want to see, does this test pass on Windows? No. Okay, well, that's good. So that means I broke something. I don't necessarily know. A required privilege is not held by the client. I'm sorry. Huh? So, what? Huh? I am confused. Okay. So I may. Okay. I mean, on one hand, this is our code, so it's very likely that we have done something to break this. Why is it not cleaning up my usings? Oh, RG. Oh, are the Visual Studio? I wonder why we're on Ling version 9. Huh. Feel like we can probably kill off a couple of these, but that will be a different thing. What? I'm happy it's failing on Windows, but I'm also less happy that it's failing with the wrong error message. But like I didn't expect to get the same error message as Linux, but uh so what okay, so I guess the question then is what has happened in this area that would cause okay, because I didn't make all the changes. So let's refresh this a little bit, and then I want to look and see why can this not actually, you know what? This might be an area where Kraken works better than GitHub. I know, shocking. Let's see, review code suggest changes. All right, so I want to look at the area in here specifically. Let's see here. So this guy here, Velopack util symbol link. So where you're just underneath there. Okay. So here's the interesting part. That didn't get touched. So that's exciting. I don't like this. Why? What would be causing you to fail differently? I wonder, because the error in question, required privilege is not held by the client. Reparse. Like, create file link. Okay. Create. Is that, let's see here. Create file link. Reparse point provider. Create symbol link. And so this is shelling out to native. And then great. So it's got to be getting, okay, okay. Okay, let me just make sure I'm hitting exactly, because I'm wondering if I'm actually hitting this throw and the error message is just misleading. Okay. Okay, so this guy is just returning fall. Okay. Okay. So I'm an idiot. That is the solution. Because this guy here is just grabbing the default message. Windows 10 and below can only be created by an administrator. Do I have to run as admin for this thing to pass? I wonder if that's the problem. I wonder if that's the problem. We're going to test that real quick. I have this vague memory that is a thing. And I sort of remember this occurring at one point. Yeah, let me see here. Okay. Something tells me this now magically passes. and I'm chasing a ghost. That is a complete red herring and not related at all to the changes that were made. Okay, I'm chasing a ghost. Okay, ghost unmasked. Ghost not a real bug. Okay, so if that's the case, then I'm going to go back here. Actually, you know what? No, you stay there. I am going to just kick this a second time really quick because I have a sinking suspicion that this may not fail a second time. My visual student normally asks if I want to run my code that requires admin. Yeah, and in a lot of cases, things will prompt for elevation if they need it. In this case, because we are straight up invoking Win32 APIs, you don't necessarily get that level of elevation unless you check for it, right? We actually have code inside of our bootstrapping applications, so like the update exe, that will check when they need to do an elevated call and then prompt. But if you just straight up invoke Win32 APIs, you can easily get rejected by that, and you're just expected to handle it, which is exciting. But given that this is coming from a test, I'm not that concerned, right? So it's like, okay, great, fine. And when you run on a GitHub action, you're going to be running as a user that has admin privileges, which is a blessing and a curse. Right? On one hand, you don't run into permissions problems. On the other hand, you don't find your permissions bugs. So, yeah. Sword cuts both ways. Okay. I just want to I want to see this thing actually work. And then okay. And while that's thinking about what it's done, I would like to look at the so I need to replicate this sucker here. Cannot find Velopack work trees. What? Am I on a funky branch? Nope. I am an idiot. So Velopack root, that is not where I want to be because this is not right. I'm going to leave that there for a moment because that is my work tree path. But this guy here is wanting to look for Velopack up one directory and then over. And I'm pretty confident it's going to be more like that. But we're gonna just test that really quick. So cd up a directory, ls, and then let's see, cd Velopack. Yeah. So that's there. So that is more likely what we're going for. Okay, so let's clear that. Rerun script. Because I'd like to have my script working again. It really should get into using GitHub. Yeah, so on one hand, GitHub is nice because it is probably the biggest, most popular Git provider out there, right? On the other hand, I think what's most important is that people learn and know how to use Git itself. And so, like, there are nice things that you can pick up, and there's a lot of good knowledge courses around GitHub. But the basic source control interaction is not anything overly special in my mind. The special sauce with GitHub comes around with like the GitHub Actions, or their security stuff, or the code scanning, or all the kind of add-ons that go around it. Let's see. Could not find part of the path, blah, 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 because it doesn't exist. Right. Privilege was denied when trying to create the symlink in the test. Shouldn't manifest this issue, but it's based on a group policy which determines if regular users are allowed to create. was disallowed in Windows 10. Oh, that's interesting, Kalen. This my desktop is kind of a fresh Windows 11 install because I wiped it a few weeks ago and reinstalled everything. And so it's kind of fresh, though it's fresh after I've played with it for a couple weeks and installed a bunch of crap. So, but it's fresh-ish. But that is interesting. Hold on. Now you're making me question something. Okay, good. There's my build information. I was just double checking that I wasn't crazy and had installed the wrong version. Okay, well, Mac passed. That makes me feel better. And Ubuntu is still running, which makes me also feel better. Yeah, so it got past the test again. So, potential flaky test on Linux, but not that flaky since it was one kick and done. So, maybe there's something there, maybe not. I kicked it and the problem went away. I just saved my source manual to a cloud and that's it. Yeah, and if you're interested in learning it, there's a lot of trying to think. So so this is what I would argue is actually what is what people should actually know in terms of like managing their source control stuff. Like this is the important stuff, right? Which Git provider you're using to host it, right? Like when we go to hire developers, I care that they know Git with any major source control provider. I don't really care which one it is. Like they could know DevOps, they can know Bitbucket, they can know GitHub. It's like, can you do it? Great. Okay. So, Kalen, I'll show you this. Well, since you're sitting there, I think I haven't actually gotten my local setup to run the code, so that would so I can't say for certain, but I think the problem of what was potentially biting you is down inside of here. This guy. So this download latest release, this one here, and this is after I kind of cleaned it up a little. This guy is going to run into this not found case in the case of a v1.0 because there isn't a previous installer to pull down. So I suspect it would then hit this API exception and bubble up. And that may have been what you saw, because you said 400. This would have been a 404 on the status. So that gives me a bit of pause. On one of the one of the uploads 400'd. Oh. Let me back up and look at this again. Because if there wasn't a prior upload, that should have 404'd on you. And then this thing didn't handle that case very nicely. So I cleaned that up. But one of the uploads 400'd. Let me back this sucker up. So that would be in here. Okay. File parameter, upload release. Also, I'm not a fan of what nswag generates. It's yucky. But I also don't know what to tell you to do differently. So content type, multi-form boundary. There may be, the fact that you had to write that partial method for download to file makes me suspect that I might need to change the OpenAPI spec file because it shouldn't have, like, it should have generated that method for you. That was the next thing to dig into. Who uses query params? Oh. Yeah, and that's why I'm wondering if they're, because the upload endpoint is done slightly differently than some of the other ones, and I am wondering if it's just not, if the spec on the Open API endpoint is just not right. Let's see. Give me the JSON file. Okay. Yeah, because you will definitely get back. So if we go here, well, I think it's going to be release methods is where the upload is. Upload release. Because it has to parse across. The key with the download message, if you set the return type in, but we really want to stream it directly. Yeah, and I was poking, I spent a brief couple minutes looking at NSWAG's stuff, and there was a handful of open GitHub issues around it, and I went, okay, I'm not going to waste my time with this. Yeah, but I agree. Having the models and everything generated will be highly convenient. Because where is, I mean, there's plenty of 400s that can come back from here, right? Of maybe the file type didn't get set properly on the upload request. It's weird that only one of them would fail, though. Like that part gives me a bit of pause that only one would be off. So where does this come in from? Could be all of them, at least one. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So let me look at these guys. File type, files to upload. Because at the end of the day, if this guy comes through, boom. Oh, I don't know if you've seen this kind of dirty trick here for eaching over two variables. That's one of my favorite tricks. I like it. Because these ones won't be. Like, those are fair, like, that has to be a file type of not empty. Because that pulls it back. That converts the strings into a tuple where it is here. This concats this one into here. This filters out the original ones where the path contains portable zip. Like, there's no, I don't see a logic error there where one of them. Okay, so if the file type value coming in is fine. And this should be the generated enum, right? Yeah. Release installer. Where do you get put? So let's see here. Yeah, so this is putting in the query string. Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, it's explicitly not going to pull it from the query string. I mean, so here's the thing. I could fight with nswag, or I could do that. I bet you that is exactly what's going on. Okay, let's test this. Let's test this. See, this is the internal ones, I believe. Oh, this is update release. Where is upload? Delete, get, must be here. Upload release. This one. Okay, so we're gonna do this. With data on query string. And then, so rather than putting this in here, we want to get rid of this. Yep. And we want to do, this is going to go like this. And what we want to do is we want to specify it here. All right, so let's go and make sure I get this right. So it's doing release group ID first, followed by file type. Okay. Release group ID goes there. And I need to interpolate this. Release group ID. And then it is doing here. File type equals file type. Okay. Bippity boppity booyah. I love my tests. Come on. Green. Okay, now I just want to verify. I prefer red than green. So we'll do it in reverse though. Let's verify that that attribute change is what actually fixes it. So you should be red. Show me 2 failures. 1, 2 failures. And then if I put you back, boom, save. And 2 successes. Okay. So that'll fix that. And we can support both. And then I don't have to, more importantly, I don't have to go figure out how nswag's generating its crap and fix it. I will just say if the values come in from either place, we're good. Actually, I guess I should verify the test right above it too. Make sure we didn't break. I want to, okay, so the API test, the API surface didn't change from that. So that's interesting. That means that the difference between from body and from query string doesn't change the open API spec. That does not give me warm fuzzy feelings. Like the fact that this test didn't break, that does not give me warm fuzzy feelings. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Might have a different problem. Okay. Oh. You going to be back? Did you not pass? Oh, did we break the other one? Well, that would not make me feel warm and fuzzy either. Let's see here. Collapse. Yeah, something tells me I should have this thing dumping out the problem details when the test fails. That would be better. I'm sorry, what? Okay. Show me the contents. So it's not making it through the binder. Interesting. Why would that be the case? Oh. Well, no, that would break it on the other side. $400 response, bad request, doesn't hit the break point. Huh? V1 release uploads. V1 releases upload. I'm very confused as to how that's coming back with an empty body. And no logging. Something's weird. Something is weird. Okay, why does the model binder not like this? Copilot, help me. These properties only work from the query string and not from form data. Yeah, it failed in the middleware somewhere, but if it fails in the middleware with the property binder, like there's output in the response. You get the standard failure. This means from both. It could be a few reasons. Quest content type. So might take precedence. Oh, QLate. Yeah. So I'll warn you with datetime.now, there are problems depending on what your target framework is when you're running against it. Some of those tests only work in .NET Framework or .NET 5, .NET 6 because of how the underlying library works. So the thing to look at. this library here, and honestly, it could be that Noseplug just needs. Actually, I think I have an update since I might have to double check. It may just need an updated Harmony, but Harmony is functionally what makes Noseplug work. So it creates what's called a trampoline, where it overrides the pointer in the method table. That way you can mock statics. Like, Noseplug is one of, I don't know, one of my worst inventions. Like, it is really cool and always causes me grief. One of my colleagues absolutely hates every time he sees it. Yeah. Copilot, the whole point is to not do it this way. Because it is multi-part form data. It's just not supported. Well, yeah, that appears to be the case. And I can turn it off. Let me go back here. I want to look at what... The fact that it doesn't change the OpenAPI spec gives me a lot of pause. Yeah, no problem, Kule. If you can't solve it, feel free to reach out with a message on Discord or similar. The other thing is try running it in from the console, and you should see everything get dumped out for you. So if it's with one of the tests, just run .NET test at the solution, and it should dump everything out. Because okay, so this is the URI builder. Where does it build up the process response? I don't... Like, there's the request. Where does it set the body? Oh, here we are. I'm just... it does it in the opposite order. Okay, so it does streaming content, content type, blah, blah, blah. Content add file. Multi-part form data, boundary equals boundary. Because I kind of want to go through... Yeah, I mean, it's not like these APIs are set in stone. I can easily just deprecate. I think what I end up doing, though, is I just drop this, right? Because I feel weird having them both. Because it's... And then I kill off the other test. Let's see. Intentionally casing it to match and swag on the client. Okay. Yeah, Society Dog, feel free. I'd say post them in one of the public channels if you can. Like, I get busy and my response time can be long, but yeah, there's no such thing as a noob question. We all started as noobs at some point. Let's just do this. I think, Kaylin, in the interest of simplicity, just downgrading it and doing it NSWAG's way for now is probably the easiest. You too, Society Dog. Because as long as this all passes, maybe what I'll do is I'll just run all my release endpoint tests. Oh, I limited myself to 1 Mountain Dew today. I just may have upgraded the cup size to match. Let's see. Swagger response produces response type file content on 200. Okay. Is that my bug? Okay. That we can do. That we can do. The disadvantage is, so this one here looks to be using controller type responses. Yeah, but we can we can do the I think I know the equivalent here. Because this is minimal APIs. Minimal example right after that. Oh yeah. That thingy. Oh, but this is not the one we want here. We want that up here on the download ones, right? Is we want this. This. I may, so let me just check each of these real quick. Well, This is why I think I've missed them, is because I don't actually generate the stream. I generate a redirect, which generates a stream. But that's not in the, well, we know how it's going to redirect, so that will be okay. I think it's just the 3 download methods that I wanted on. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to back up here. We're going to go run ye annoying unit test and make sure that it passes. Because if it passes, because this one should generate, if it's done the appropriate thing, we should see a change in the Open API spec. Good. Okay, close that, go away. Okay, so 3 additions, octet stream, string binary. Yeah, okay, so we can, that is probably good. So we will take that, because that at least matches what Stack Overflow is showing. Hey, Amelia, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Let's see here. So let's go with the verified. Copy and paste. So that'll get that through there. And then that goes. Wait, didn't we just do this? Oh, did I copy the wrong direction? Received into verified. I must have copied the wrong direction before. Let's try this again. This is why we have Git. Let's see. API, please. I gotta clean up some of my old branches. Delete channels. There. Okay, so just checking here. So we're going from form to from query. Adding the produces stream response to the 3 download endpoints. Let's see. We changed the test from passing it there to passing the values on the query string. That's an extra new line. We're just going to scrap that while we're here. And then the changes to the spec are 200 responses on here. Generate the octet file response. Great. Okay, so let's see here. Control B and fixing file upload, download. Boom. let's see, stage all, fixing, open API spec for download endpoints, fixing how parameters are passed on upload to better match what nswag wants to generate on the client. Commit, let's see, drag, drop, push, yep, and pull request, and view on GitHub, and over here, and enable auto merge, enable auto merge. Okay, that should roll out shortly, and then that'll clean up. Assuming everything passes, it'll propagate all its, do the whole CI/CD thingy mabobber, and then send it out there. Holy cow! This is the problem with me having a Mountain Dew cup this big. I didn't realize it was 1:30 in the morning. Oh, I'm gonna be a little tired tomorrow. I actually have a good friend of mine coming over tomorrow afternoon that I should potentially be awake for. We don't get to see each other very much. He is in the Coast Guard and travels quite a bit. But fortunately, his family is still in the area, and so he comes back here for holidays, travel, etc., which is wonderful. So him and his wife are back for the Christmas holiday, and so we were hoping to get together. Well, I should probably be awake for that. I'm also making crepes tomorrow, so I have to make breakfast even. Nobody repeat this, but there is a chance this cup might be too big. It's a small chance, but there is a chance. I want to see this thing actually go out and work first, and then that will probably, so that should fix your at least the first issue, Kaylin, and that will get that rolling. Okay. And then feel free, if you don't like any of the commits that I did on here, I wasn't sure when you were going to be back. I have trouble counting days with different time zones. Let's see, delete file. So if there's anything in here that is problematic or you disagree with or whatnot, I did like the change on this. One question I did have, so we've got a weird setup going on here. I assume we're intending to keep net 6 for now, since it is like, when does it drop out of support? Like there's some interesting bits here. The other thing is we could probably bump our Lang version up, since we're targeting net 9. Like, to compile this, you're going to need the .NET 9 SDK. So, like, we can go bigger if we want this thing bigger. Like, this won't change the consumers. It'll only change what tooling we use on ours. Cause some issues on Net Framework. Really? You have me intrigued. Now I want to see. What issues? I know there's things like if you use some of the newer features for like range and index, it'll squawk at you. But that's only if you use them. And you can't always polyfill them in. Because I'm guessing what you're saying is if you use some of those newer features, you get bit. Because if it is just things like range and index and those types of things, yeah, you polyfill and say if you use them. Got it. Okay. Well, I'll undo this for now. And then we can come back and see how it works. I didn't spend a lot of time checking these ones here. I just assumed that they were more or less correct. The other thing that I liked about this is because I'm going to get bit trying to fix that issue with publish inside of Visual Studio, because inside of Visual Studio, it's going to be using Net Framework, and it's going to require a strong name on the assembly. So I was going to look and see how, like, initially it was not necessarily our assemblies that were just the problematic ones, but also our dependencies, because when you have a strong name, it has to propagate all the way down. And so we were going to end up having to add names to all the dependencies, and I was potentially going to look at splitting things up just to limit my blast radius into what it ended up needing to be. So having this separated out, I think will make my life easier, I think, for build. But I'll wait till this merges, and then I'll see, because it's gonna suck regardless. But there, as far as I could tell, there isn't an easy workaround. Well, there's two options. Option one is we do the strong name stuff and deal with the fallout from that. Option two is, rather than starting and using a custom MS build task, you just invoke a CLI. The thing with the CLI is you then have to make sure that the CLI has the needed runtime, which isn't necessarily guaranteed to be there either. So it's like, but we kind of are already telling people that they have to have the VPK CLI, so we could kind of get with it. But we give up like good progress reporting and some of the stuff there. It's like, I don't like any of my options. Let's see. For the lowest one we can support, which are still in support. Net 6 is out of support, but it's a lower version we can support meaningfully. Lots of new async fancy extensions we use. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm good with it. Okay, cool. Sweet. And auto merge just rolled out the PR, and so the deployment is rolling out now. I'm gonna wait long enough to want to hang around long enough to rerun the script to get the NSWAG updated, because I want to see what it generates. Do I still have my terminal for that? Nope, nope, and nope. Did I do it here? Here? Where did I have it? Nope, nope. Nope. Okay, so I conveniently... Oh, I did it here. That's where I ran the command. Too many terminals, so little time. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Up arrow doesn't grab me. Oh. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Interesting, the history there. Okay. Rolling out. It's thinking about its life. Deploying. Background services are going. For anybody who wants to see pretty progress bars, it is actually doing things. Our back end has got a much simpler pipeline than the front, because it doesn't have like all the extra rusty dependencies and whatnot. Okay. I want to see this thing go. Go, 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 go. Busy. Okay. Images are pulled. It's updating. It's a going. Okay. Hopefully. Signing managed identity. Doing secrets. Okay. Don't hate on my beloved Rust. No. Your Rust is fine. At some point, I do want to fix my local script that I have. And this isn't a you problem. This is a me problem, because I've written this script to be able to, because this is in that E2E test repo that I made. Is it wants to live alongside the Velopack repository, compile from source, dump it into a local NuGet source that's file based, and then this guy here then updates this Avalonia test project I have to pull from that local file source to update, to be able to push, to test all the things and back and forth. So at some point, and in theory, at some point, I'm going to make this thing start and stop my .NET Aspire host so that it will like run all the things. But I ran into some fun processing problems and I just gave up and went, you know what? That's a later problem. Okay, it is out. It is out. It is up. Jen, do the needful. Okay, I want to see the difference. Show me the diff. Okay, so that's better. It gives you a file response now. Let's see. The part that's weird about this is because we're generating redirects, like, it's weird because from its perspective, it did get a 200 or a 206, right? That's probably what it saw. But the HTTP client that we fed to it did not see that. It saw 302, it followed the redirect, and then came back to this. So it's a little more weird. Right? Okay, so it basically did that on all of them. So it added octet stream as its thing. Okay. Dating generated nswag client. Fixing that. Stage all. Commit. Push. Okay, so that gets that all up and going. Cool. Okay, well, I may end up calling it for tonight because it's, now 1:40 and it's getting late for me. But hopefully that was mildly interesting. I feel like I made progress. Hopefully that didn't mess you up too much, Kaylin. My bad if I did. Feel free to revert commits that you don't like. I did try to isolate changes into their own commits so that it kind of flowed nicely and you could hopefully follow a train of thought. As much of a train of thought as a man who's hyped up on way too much Mountain Dew can have late at night, but there was a thought there. And I recorded it, so if you are bored and want to go look, you can, or you can just look at the commits. It's probably quicker. So, but hopefully for everyone else, just as a reminder, going forward, I think this time slot, so back 24 hours from where I was streaming before, for me, that means Thursday nights. For you, that might mean a Friday, depending on where you are located in the world. But that will be my new streaming time going forward, just so that I have a buffer between my commitments and I'm not so exhausted, and I can occasionally drink less Mountain Dew on stream rather than things from a massive cup / bucket, barrel, whatever we want to call it. So, well, with that, I will tell everybody happy coding. See y'all next time.